else? All right, Wi-Fi wise. Yeah, okay. All right, these things, Wi-Fi is brilliant, but when it doesn't work. So I resume the inquiry. This is an inquiry into the application of the planning permission made by London City Airport Limited under section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 for the following. The application is seeking to vary conditions 2, 8, 12, 23, 25, 26, 35, 42, 43, and 50 in order to allow up to 9 million passengers per annum. It's currently limited to 6.5 million. Arrivals and departures on Saturday until 18:30, with up to 12 arrivals for a further hour during the British summertime, currently allowed until 12:30. Modifications to daily, weekend and other limits on flights, minor design changes, including to the forecourt and airfield layout attached to the planning permission reference 13/1228/FUL, which is allowed on appeal dated 26th of July 2016. So in other words, this appeal relates to development already permitted in 2016, but with varied conditions. That application to vary those conditions was refused by the council on the 24th of July 2023. The appeal was recovered on the 22nd of November. Therefore, it will be determined jointly by the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, as well as the Secretary of State for Transport. That means, in effect, we should be writing a report with our recommendations to the Secretary of State for them to consider in due course. As this is quite a big inquiry, I have with me an additional inspector, Inspector Joanna Ayres. She is a practicing solicitor. She is an assistant inspector for this inquiry. I'm the appointed inspector for this case, but she will be helping run some of the sessions at the inquiry and also in the report writing as well. I mentioned earlier that we also have a programme officer, Mrs. Joanna Vincent, who is an independent officer of the inquiry. She's working to the inspectors. Mrs. Vincent, first instance. Okay. So I'm going to spend some time this morning just doing a brief opening just to explain a few procedural matters and the running of the inquiry. And then we'll get on to the rest of the day. Just some housekeeping points. Can you please ensure your mobile phones are switched off or on airline mode or on silent? And the same with any tablets and laptops as well, please. Just the council, are they able to advise on the fire evacuation procedures for the town hall? So just for those if you couldn't hear, we're not expecting any fire drills today, and if we follow the green escape route signs. Thank you. Are there any members of the press present here today? No. Great. This event is being live streamed, and therefore it should not be filmed or recorded by any other means without asking the inspectors, myself or Mrs. Ayres. There was a case management conference held on the 9th of October that discussed the management of this inquiry in the case. There was an agenda and there was a pre and post conference note, and they're all on the inquiry website. Just some other housekeeping points. So at the Planning Inspectorate, we're keen on continuing professional development. As part of this, the inquiry proceedings are being observed by another inspector who sat in the audience. They will have no part in the decision-making process, but you may see them talking to us. It's merely on points of procedure and clarification, that kind of thing. We're also now part of a joint marshalling scheme, so the Planning Inspectorate and PEBA, the Planning Environmental Bar Association, have joined together. So here we have Mr. Scantlebury, who is a pupil barrister at number 45 Chambers. He's here to witness his first inquiry and to gain insight into the process. He's going to be with us as inspector, so he's here to understand the inspector role, so he's not going to be any part of anyone's case or acting for anyone or anything like that. And again, it won't be part of the decision-making process. You may see us talking again about procedure, but it's just sort of points of what's going on in an inquiry forum. Okay. So I'm now going to take the names of the parties to the inquiry and their position. I'll start with the council. So unfortunately, Mr. Randall Casey has been taken ill and isn't able to participate this week. We'll come on to how that might affect the programming when we can. We are going to have interested parties today. And do as much as we can in his absence in the hope that he can get well soon and recover to join us. But we do have, and the council have been very pragmatic and happy to continue. So if I could ask you to introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Amanda Campbell. I'm a senior solicitor on the Borough of Newham in Planning and Environment.
Good morning, I'm James Fox. I'm senior.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you just clarify? So you're the instructing solicitor, I assume. So
Yes, I'm instructing solicitor.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. And you have three witnesses. We'll be calling Rupert Thornley Taylor for noise, Dr. Chris Smith for need, and Mr. Liam McFadden for planning. We've seen proofs from all and a rebuttal from Dr. Smith. Okay. If we turn to the appellants team then, please, for introductions.
Good morning, Madam. I was desperately searching there for a button for the microphone.
We've got everything.
No, it's
Would you like?
It's okay. It's become a sort of, automatic reaction. My name is Michael Humphreys. And I'm a barrister. I'm assisted by Daisy Noble, who's on my immediate left, and I'm instructed by town legal and Summit. Duncan Field is in the room on behalf of the applicant. I've got three witnesses, as you know, Louise Compton, who's got proof appendices and a rebuttal, Richard Greer, who's got a proof appendices, and Sean Bashford, who's got a proof appendices.
And I've seen a rebuttal from Louise as well.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And then we have all six parties. So Hakan East, I think that's is it the Heathrow Association for the Control of Aircraft Noise East Division, if that's what the acronym stands for.
Correct.
Yeah, so if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning, my name is Zelda Holland. I am counsel for Hakan East. I am here with my junior Lois Lane, from whom you will be hearing as well, as she will be handling parts of the evidence and making submissions. We are instructed by the day solicitors, Mr. Ricardo Gower in particular. And to my right are members of Hakan East, Mr. Tim Walker, next to him Mr. John Stewart, and next to him Mr. John Doherty. You will have seen that Hakan East has four witnesses, there we go, four witnesses, barrister Mats. On the economics, Dr. Alex Chapman, from whom you have a proof and a rebuttal. On noise, Mr. John Stewart, from whom you have a proof and a rebuttal, and Dr. Christian Knoll, from whom you have a proof. And then on planning matters, Mr. Jake Farmer, from who we have it.
Thank you very much. Okay. We also have a number of interested parties who've registered their interest to speak today, so we'll be hearing from you later. If there's anyone that hasn't let us know if they want to speak, if you can actually let the programme officer know, so just so we can get you slotted in today, that would be really helpful. Thank you. And I think we've got one speaker on the Zoom programme as well, hearing virtually later on. For those of you who will be speaking, we will be inviting you up to sit at the witness table. It's just so we can hear and see you audibly. If you can introduce yourself, confirm your name, whether you're objecting or in support of the appeal, whether you're representing yourself or a particular group, any qualifications you want recording, and whether you're happy to answer questions on your evidence from the opposing barrister. So if you are objecting, it will be for the appellant, and if you are in support, it might be from the council and Rule 6 party. You don't have to answer questions, but I can give your evidence more weight if you do so. Don't be scared, it's not a full-on cross-examination or anything, it's just questions of clarification, and I might have some questions for you as well, but we're quite kind. It's a friendly inquiry here, so we'll do our best. And if you do choose to speak, your name will be listed in my decision letter. One thing that's really helpful is if you're reading from a transcript, if I could have an electronic copy, because it just saves me writing notes if I've got a version of it already. That shouldn't be any additional evidence, but literally just a copy of the transcript to which you've spoken. If you haven't, I will take detailed notes. It's not a problem, it just saves my pen a little bit if you have. Okay. Notification letters then. We've got copies of the council's notification letters, which confirms the appeal, the date, the time and location of the inquiry. We've all obviously had them because we're here, which is a good start. There's a list of those who the notification was sent to. We've had a great number of representations made in response to the appeal notification. That's in addition to those that were made in response to the planning application. We have read all of those. Myself and Inspector Ayres, between us, we've seen all those, and we will be taking those into account when making our recommendation. Proofs of evidence, as discussed, we've received all the proofs of evidence from the parties. Again, we've read all those proofs of evidence, so I don't expect them to be taken as read. There's no need to read them out in detail, but if you've got any things you wish to draw our attention to, that's absolutely fine. We've also had the statement of common ground. It's just a thank you from me, actually. It's very comprehensive and it's referenced in the proof, so it's turned out to be useful, so I thank you for that. All the proofs, the statement of common ground, the core documents that will be referred to throughout the duration of this inquiry are on the inquiry website, so they're accessible for all, provided the Wi-Fi is working. So the evidence will be heard in a series of topic-based sessions, and that's been set out in the draft timetable, the draft programme. Due to the illness and the issue with Mr. Randall, we are going to have to look at rejigging the timetable, just so we can best use inquiry time, keep everything going as best we can. What I'll do, we'll come on to the details of that later, but I'll outline the general procedure, what we'll go through in the inquiry for the benefit of those who are not familiar with the process. So when I've concluded my opening remarks today, I'll invite the appellant, council and the Rule 6 parties to each make an opening statement, and that will help everyone understand the main arguments and sort of set the scene for the inquiry. I'll then hear from the interested parties who have indicated they wish to speak. Then what should it be programme is, we'll move on to the topic-based sessions, and that will follow the order need and socio-economics, followed by noise, and followed by planning. We need to just have a think about the programming and when we're going to do those, but they will be broadly in that order just because the socio-economics sets the scene, the noise sessions. What will happen is the council will present their case first, and then it will be followed by the Rule 6 parties, and that's so everyone can hear the objections to the proposal. The appellant's team will cross-examine each witness, and there may be some re-examination as well as inspector questions. I tend to ask questions, and they might seem stupid questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question, but I tend to ask, you know, I need to leave here being as clear as I can about all the evidence. So this is my opportunity. The worst thing an inspector can do is to go back home, start writing a report and think, I should have asked that. So I do try and ask questions where I'm not sure I'm following. If I'm really lost, I'll interrupt. If not, I try and save them to after this examination. Okay. And this will be the same format for each topic, so we'll go through each witness with examination and re-examination. The Planning and Environmental Bar this week, I think, published new guidelines on their website for examination. So traditionally in planning inquiries, examination in chief took place, and you could liaise with your team, and it was only in cross-examination where you had to isolate yourself and not talk to anybody and be rather lonely. The new PIVA guidance now talks about actually doing that throughout the examination process, so that is what we'll be doing at this event. I'll try very hard not to leave anyone isolated overnight. We'll try and fix the timings because it makes life difficult, certainly not over weekends. I can't always guarantee it, but we'll try our very best to do that because it does make life difficult. We will be having a discussion on conditions and planning obligations. Now that doesn't mean I've made up my mind to recommend allowal. It's simply so we can discuss the nature of the conditions as part of this process. I also have to report on the conditions and the obligation to the Secretaries of State, regardless of my recommendation as well. Given this, it's quite a big, obviously it's an airport, quite a lot of conditions on the extant permission. There's a lot of conditions proposed to be moved across. I mean, the effect of, although it's a variation of condition application, the effect would be, were this to be allowed, would be a new permission, and therefore a full suite of conditions is needed. I've seen some draft ones. I think there's quite a few different draft documents circulating around, so I'll double check which one we're working to. But I think there was 99 conditions when I last looked at that. And they're fairly complex and detailed, so we'll need to have a good chat on that. I have gone through them, and I do have some concerns to raise, but I think as we're actually possibly going to bring forward the conditions section this week, just to give the help of Mr. Randall, I'll raise that at that point. Planning obligation as well. There was an email last week from the council regarding any obligation needing to be signed off by committee. Is it Mrs. or Mrs. Campbell? Mrs. Campbell, okay. Mrs. Campbell, I think Mr. Randall was going to talk about it, but I think you're familiar with it as well. So if you could, it just came as a bit of a surprise to us, and I'm just. If you could just explain the process, and I'll explain any concerns that I might have if they're still there. Do you want to microphone? No, you don't. Just that we can sit.
Good morning. I am the instructing solicitor for Newham for the 106 agreement and work with Town Legal in order to prepare it and submit an agreed draft. The points of clarification in relation to the email which I sent on Saturday relate to the fact that predominantly we normally prepare unilateral undertaking where there's been a refusal of committee. And unilateral undertaking, as you will be aware, does not require a seal. So the committee refused, and Jane Custance, the Director of Planning, does have delegated authority to deal with heads of terms, providing comments, and to progress such matters in relation to unilateral undertakings and planning obligations. However, the original CADA 1 Section 106 agreement is incredibly large and complicated. And it so happens that it was felt that the best position for the council in order to operate and provide sufficient planning obligations would be by 106 agreement, which would require a seal. It's a peculiarity of the Constitution and other matters, as it is a non-executive function that the committee should endorse that and give an authorisation. So we're in a position where Jane is perfectly able to authorise and negotiate with the 106, but she can't just see on it, if that makes sense. So it will be remitted back to committee, special committee or a general committee, to get a resolution to proceed with the 106. I trust that assists. I can't really for any more explanation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something I've come across before. Usually it's delegated authority. We give time afterwards to engross any 106. We normally have the conditions and the obligations discussion right at the end of the inquiry, because inevitably things change, things might need to be tweaked in the 106, conditions change after evidence is given, that kind of thing. So I was a bit surprised that the council wanted to effectively sign it before. I mean, obviously, you know, if something's presented to us, we'll deal with it. There is a slight risk. There is this thing called blue pencil clauses where we can effectively recommend we strike out something, but there's not any sort of power to change or tweak anything. So there is that risk. And it might be a bit academic at the minute, because if we're going to have to find another week to sit, there might be a bit more time with your committee cycle. But I just wanted to flag that.
Thank you. I think we're prepared to ask the committee to delegate authority to Jane Custance to negotiate any final amendments to 106 as required in the inquiry and seal the document off, if that makes sense.
Yeah, by all means, if there's a good final draft that's nearly there, or it might not even change, I don't know, but it's just flagging that really now, because it did take me a bit by surprise. It's not something I've come across before, but that's helpful. So thank you for your explanation. Did any other party just have any comments on the conditions of the 106 at this stage? No. Thank you. Okay. Okay. In terms of conduct, oh no, sorry, I'm jumping ahead in my list here. Just back on in terms of the procedure. If there is, if any party intends to make an application for award of costs, this should be done here before we close the inquiry. If you can give me as much notice, notwithstanding any last minute decisions to do that, but as much notice as you can should any party be wanting to put in a cost application, we'll deal with that. Might do that in writing, just to save inquiry time, but we'll cross that when we come to it. And then when we get to the end of the inquiry, we'll hear closing submissions from the council, the Rule 6 party, and the appellant. Again, I think given the programming, the difficulties around that, my preference is to have them orally, but if not, we'll just have to take nearer the time and see how we can fit those in. Just as a note on closings, they're one of the most useful things for inspectors to have. And as we will be writing a report to the Secretaries of State, we, as part of that report, set out the case for each party. So if you could, before the advocates in the room, could have that in mind when writing your closings, it would be really useful for us. It takes quite a chunk of time to recount the cases, so the more we can lift, the better for us. So that's just a plea from me. Okay, conduct then. So this is quite a long inquiry. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So we would encourage all parties to be economical in terms of the use of inquiry time. So for the witnesses, your duty is to assist the inquiry with all matters relating to your expertise. Please answer the questions clearly, saying yes or no, and then qualifying your answer as necessary. Please be audible. We'll hopefully have microphones set up then as well, and be direct and concise in your answers to questions, please. For the advocates, you're obviously familiar with your duties, but I would urge brevity in your submissions and courtesy as well, dealing with witnesses and any local residents. Timetable. So a draft has been produced, but we're going to have to look at the programming. I think we'll look at that later, and I'll talk everyone through it when we open again tomorrow or later on this week. I think it's just going to take a bit of thinking. I think just off the top of my head, this week we'll look at doing site visits. We'll do interested parties today. We'll look at doing the site visits, and that hopefully if the airport can accommodate us at short notice, plus the local area as well. Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, we did discuss this during one of the journals, and that would be possible. You'll need photo ID, so a driving license or something like that is acceptable. And perhaps at lunchtime you can just let us know if you want to do it, for example, tomorrow, and so when you want to do it, and then the arrangement who will come on that site visit, and the arrangement will be put in place.
Okay, that's helpful that you can accommodate us this week, because I know that is a bit short notice. Yeah, we'll have a discussion over lunch break, and we'll pick that one back up. And we've obviously got the wider site visit to do as well. There was an itinerary sent through yesterday from quite a comprehensive one with maps, which is really helpful for us. So thank you very much for that. Has that been?
That is agreed.
That's agreed between you all. Brilliant. Just to say a couple of things. We are actually going to do a Saturday afternoon site visit around the area as well. So that will be this Saturday. We're both staying down to do that. The other thing is, I noticed on the itinerary, there was talk about the use of an app. I've actually got a different app, Flight Radar, which gives information on flights coming in, the age of the planes, what type of plane, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to make that clear. We've got that, and also we can see which approach they're taking on the runway on that particular day as well. So it's not quite the one you've suggested, but I hope that would suit you. Okay, great, that's fine. Yes, I think we could do some printed copies of the itineraries, just so we've got something to take on the site. And we'll have a discussion at lunch as to when we might do that. I think maybe tomorrow. We'll look at the weather as well.
Yes. Well, we've just been looking at that, and in terms of the easterlies, Thursday's looking good for that.
Okay.
But we can certainly have a discussion.
Yeah. I mean, we've got, we're here for 3 weeks worth of sitting, so if the conditions aren't right, or we need to listen for the other direction of the plane, we can pick pick that up another day quite easily, so we can work around that. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, when we're into examination, we will start at 10 o'clock every day and we'll finish at a convenient point. Usually 5 o'clock. I don't like to be later than that because inquiries are very tiring for all the participants involved. We all need a break. We'll have mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks as well. Hopefully time between witnesses swapping over, etc. But if anyone requires a break for any reason outside of those times, please do let me know. An evening session for interested parties. So it was indicated that we could facilitate one if required, but I don't think we've had any specific requests for an evening. No, thank you, Mrs. Vincent. We haven't had any specific requests for an evening session. We'll keep that in review, but if there are any interested parties that weren't able to come today and want to speak on another day, if you let Joanna Vincent know, and we'll aim to try and accommodate as best as we can. So thank you very much for that. Okay. Talked about the conditions. Just in terms of the planning obligation, we couldn't find a SIL compliance statement from the council, so if I can leave that one with you just to find, that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, in terms of the plans that were before the council when they made their decision, they set out in the statement of common ground, but I think the recent set of conditions have updated some of the plans. Is that correct in my understanding?
So the updated some of the plans, yeah, we haven't written that in the draft set of conditions.
Right, so the statement of common ground, the plans listed have been effectively superseded, is that right?
So,
Yeah, I just need to make sure I've got the right plans before me, and obviously before the Secretary of State start making the decision on the right set. So I think if you could clarify that and for everyone as well. Did you want to speak? No. Okay.
I think I was just a little cautious.
Oh. Okay. Documents then. All core documents and evidence should have already been provided. We've got a fairly big document.
Sorry.
Big document library on the website. If anyone intends to submit any further evidence, before you do, we need to approve it. So what we'll be wanting to know is it relevant material? Why was it not submitted before now? What are the exceptional circumstances? And if you can have floated that between the other parties as well, just so they're aware and want to see what their views are. And that we'll decide ultimately whether to accept or not. They'll become inquiry documents, so they'll not become core documents. They'll have a reference number and they'll be uploaded onto the website as and when Mrs. Vincent has capacity to do that, and they will be recorded in the report as well. So everyone should be able to access them as necessary. Okay, so the main issue then, there's a single main issue. So there's two reasons for refusal that the council put in their decision letter. One of them related to the Section 106 agreement, which we will discuss, but I think that's largely due to fall away subject to the discussion. So that just leaves a single main issue, which is the effects of proposals on noise and disturbance. As I've already said, we'll need to look at need and socio-economics as well as planning matters. That includes any benefits to be weighed into the overall balance. Our report, so this is just for the inquiry, but our report will cover other matters that have been raised by local parties. So that includes air quality, highway issues, climate change, health, but there is to be no specific oral sessions on these, although they may be touched on in the planning evidence. Okay. Just matters we wish to raise. So we're going to have to go away and just have a look at the revised programme and have to think about stuff as already been discussed. One thing we would find really helpful, as ever in planning, we use lots of acronyms. So it would be really helpful to have an agreed glossary that we can all work through and use as part of the inquiry, and have that as an inquiry document, and that will go in our report as well. I know some of the proofs have got those listed. I think if someone can take responsibility for compiling those and putting them together, it just means that, you know, in any closings, you can all work to the same point. You don't have to redo it ourselves or anything. So if I can leave that with the appellants to do, thank you very much. Great. And I've got, try and keep these things paper light, just to save carrying everything around, but inevitably we end up with lots of printouts and documents. I've got a set of the plans, which is really helpful in A3, so thank you for that. I did wonder actually about having hard copies of noise contour maps, if we talk to them in the noise evidence session. So I don't know if anyone is in a position to be able to produce them. I mean, there's no particular rush on that, as long as I've got it before the noise sessions, which we don't know when they're going to be yet, but if I can leave that with someone as well. Yeah, can I look to the appellants for that? Yeah.
Yes, we were just saying some of them are ended to us degree as evidence, obviously, because you're saying here we don't have printing facilities
I think the council
in the hotel, but there are quite a lot of them. That's what we do is let us know which ones would be particularly useful.
It's hard to know because it would get taken to quite a few. I mean, I think maybe the noise witnesses could just have a look at that and see what they're, you know, what the ones they're planning to actually speak to, and the most useful, just have a printed copy.
If we can agree the plans in advance, what can we go?
We've had the time. It's, yeah.
Lots of them in there, but they're obviously A4 rather than A3, so I just
if I could just leave that with the parties, then I mean, there's no particular rush on that just at the moment, but would be very helpful. Okay. Pleased to know that's all my speech done. But is there anything else in terms of procedural matters that the parties wish to raise at this point? So I go to the council first. No. No. Mr. Humphreys?
No.
No, okay, brilliant, thank you very much. Well, that includes the opening remarks. So we'll now turn to the opening statements. And I don't know who wants to go first. Looking keen there, Mrs. Campbell. Do you want to use the microphone for this, and actually if we get on to the other parties as well?
Good morning, everyone. This is the opening statement for the London Borough of Newham. I'm Amanda Campbell, and I read it on behalf of Simon Randall, who is unfortunately unwell. The Convention demands that the opening statement at the commencement of public inquiries succinct, directed at the case to be presented, and identify the issues as appropriate. This short opening is on behalf of the London Borough of Newham, and will follow that convention, will be developed in part and in detail in the closing statement, following the consideration of the evidence. The application has been identified as part of the inspector's opening remarks. And accordingly, I do not need to spend time setting out the detail. All that is necessary is to identify the fact that the application before the appeal arises from the original planning permission, and the target of the application is aimed at changing some of the planning conditions and proposed by that original commission, along with necessary changes to the planning obligations which it accompanies. Having stated that three matters arise, first of all, the council's case will be directed at the application, which is made arising from the original commission, which takes as its starting point the fact that the airport is present, it is operating, and will continue to do so. Second, that the changes arising from the application relate to the number of conditions imposed on the original commission as being necessary, proper, and acceptable for the operation of an airport. And thirdly, the case being presented by the council will be targeted at what it sees is unacceptable and provides a sound basis for refusing that the application be made. The third point arises directly from the fact that the application is made and relates to a number of factors. Whilst the council would have no objection in certain elements of the application is made, given appropriate and necessary safeguards, the application is combined to include a number of matters which are not acceptable. One such matter to which the council would not have an objection is included being the growth from 6.5 to 9 million people per annum, subject of course to adequate provisions being made in place. The airport, as evidence will describe, is unique in a number of important respects which have a direct bearing on the judgment to be made, and whether the application itself is acceptable. The planning history of the site is also the area in which it sits, and that is material, and I would say very important consideration in considering subsequent planning applications that are made. I'm sure that I would be accepted by all parties, but if not, I will ensure that the matter is covered in the closing detail. The way the airport developed and the originally permitted, and the way it has grown since, with the services that it offers, is an important material consideration in this case. It started life following grant of planning permission with the London Docklands Development Corporation in 1985. And the limitations which arose from the imposition of a new airport in a location such as Newham were fully recognised and fully taken into account along the airport and its specific limitations which were imposed on it at the time. The location of the airport in such proximity to the centre of a major city, where large numbers of people lived, worked, and undertook relaxation, were all factors that had to be recognised and given full weight in deciding whether the airport in such a location could be made to be acceptable. This was, no doubt, a difficult task to achieve, and we are fortunate that we have present at the inquiry as a witness Mr. Rupert Thornley Taylor, who was part of that original process. In essence, various factors arose which give appropriate weight to the assessment, led to a decision that the airport could be accommodated, provided suitable measures were taken. Those measures included the use of quieter, albeit not quiet, aircraft of limited numbers and movements. The vicinity of the airport at the time was more commercial, it being former Dockland, with fewer residential and other properties. It was an area much in need of development, which reflected the creation of the London Docklands Development Corporation to seek it to bring about. The creation of the airport was seen as a vital step in regard to the intention that it be promoted as a business-focused airport to support other commercial activities, such as the creation of Canary Wharf nearby. As such, it was to be focused, which would provide enhancements and advantages to the area and to London more widely. The assessment of it at the time was detailed and thorough in order to ensure a proper balance was reached. The origins of the airport are therefore clear to see. They related to the desire to bring change and development into an area which had been in significant need of change and improvement. That change was to be achieved, but within a framework whereby the essential protection required to those living and visiting and working in the area, whether judged against what existed at the time or against what was reflected in the LRDC's ambitions, for change and improvement. This will be balanced against the impacts arising from the airport. Over the years, since many times have changed and things have been brought forward, which are identified in the evidence, to arrive at the position we find ourselves in today. that although airport transport movements have been altered, with an inevitable increase in numbers being provided, the balancing protection has also changed. It's developed and it's improved to match it. And as such, the essential balance has been retained. It's important as the application before the inquiry does not seek to change certain aspects of how the airport operates. The annual ATMs is to remain at 111,000 as permitted by the 2016 decision, whereby it was reduced from 120,000. As such, it must be the case that the other changes envisaged, including the growth from 6.5 million people per annum to 9 million people per annum, can be achieved with those limitations in place. Balancing those changes over the years have been alterations to seek to ensure that the experience of those living and working in the area remain the best it could possibly be, and ensure the operation of the airport and the protection to be given by its operation. In particular, restrictions were put in place, and those ran hand in hand to seek to achieve the advantages offered and weighed against the protections needed. Part of that included the imposition, which, if I read the evidence correctly, was said to be a suggestion from the airport operators themselves, that the restriction to operating hours imposed by the Planning Commission in 1998. The imposition of such restrictions would only have been possible if they met the applicable planning tests, and if they did arise as a suggestion from the airport, that it would indicate the airport accepted the need for them. Those restrictions imposed limited early morning flight numbers, as well as a curfew or respite period between 12:30 on Saturday to 12:30 on Sundays. And so just to add that whether it's called a curfew or a respite period is essential advantage offered. In the early morning, flight numbers were limited, which was a known fact of the operation of the airport. For a 24-hour period covering lunchtime, Saturday to lunchtime on Sunday, the airport did not operate in terms of the aircraft movements. That was a certain period where the local population knew what the situation was and would be, and could make plans to do whatever it is they chose. An area has been developed with far more residential properties nearby and more planned, and that certainly has been the present case. Anyone buying or moving into a property in this vicinity since 1999 has been aware that the situation could make decisions accordingly, and the consequences of this application need to be seen in that context. Over the years, since the original planning permission for the airport was granted, the London Borough of Newham has sought to follow a consistent approach. The advantages offered by an airport and its operation have been acknowledged and taken into account within the context where the potential adverse impacts are balanced against it. Noise considerations have always been a key consideration and have always been weighted against the benefits of any proposal to change the operation of the airport. Yet since 1999, that has included the recognition of the limitations on the operation in the early hours of the mornings, at weekends, and certainly for a period of closure for 24 hours a day. Those limitations, including the 24-hour weekend closure, did not prevent the airport growing. Up until the time that the COVID pandemic hit continued growth with those limitations. It was intended to balance the effects of the airport against the effects of the impacts in that area. The airport, therefore, continued to be successful to serve what appears to have been its original market in linking businesses or business users in close proximity to where the business users were and to operate successfully. All advantages to the area and the city in terms of its enhancement of its reputation as set out in the application documents were therefore met. That element, if the airport continued to operate in the same fashion, would continue to achieve that aim and would still provide those benefits and would ensure the same reputational advantage that's offered by it. The problem appears not to be linked to that, but rather to other factors. We will no doubt need to explore the way the airport is currently operating and what steps are suggested to create the need for essential protections to be removed. We will be assisted in part by Dr. Smith. It would appear a desire to ensure that other markets can be met, which the current operations prevent or limit, and that appears essentially leisure markets with longer distances, 4 to 4.5 hour flights being incapable of flying out of London City Airport and returning the same day at weekends, although such flights could be accommodated within operational hours during the week. Various factors arise from that which will need to be looked at following the presentation of the evidence. All that needs to be identified in the opening is need, as expressed and appears to relate to the desire to move away from its original business traffic model, and more towards serving new and additional markets, which it does not currently provide in a full service form. Weighted against that is the consequence of the changes being committed. In the Council's view, which cannot be distinguished by the fact the application appears to be limited to a simple change of planning conditions, in order to give rise to one of, if not major changes for the airport operation since its creation. The airport was created and has grown to accommodate more flights. That growth at all times has been balanced against impacts. Those impacts, at least in terms of noise, have altered and improvements have been made. That no doubt explains why the Council has looked at the changes and made the decisions based on the information available. The Council's support for CADA 1 in the face of opposition of the Mayor of London is a sound indication of the approach taken. The loss of the curfew and respite period and the additional morning flights is where that has to change. Those alterations will seek to change the situation to such a fundamental degree that this must be resisted, with the refusal of the application being the only course. Now, and for some of us who enjoy delving deeply into the technicalities of noise assessments, predictive effects, and the judgments that follow, this case is not of that sort. There is no supported technical approach that can be identified, applied with the results simply indicating a decision to be made. Technical witnesses used to precisely that may feel a little lost on that occasion, and technical assessments have been made and relied upon. The full nature and effect of them will be addressed in closing. And for now, all the Council says, based on the information and clear guidance provided by Mr. Rupert Thornley-Taylor, is that technical assessment is not of any great use in the current circumstances. That assessment, based as it is on the LAEQs of the 16th, indicates that taking into account the beneficial effects of refleeting, which is something else we need to consider, the effect of the removal of the curfew and the respite will be negligible. Unfortunately, that conclusion regarding negligibility is based on the application of a weekend noise index that has no technical support and cannot be used to measure the community response to the removal of the Saturday afternoon curfew. In addition, it is at odds with the views of surrounding residents as indicated to the responses to the application. It does raise the question, which I note at this stage is given the apparent rejection of it by the appellants, of the appropriateness of taking into account the number and strength of consultation responses. Taking that into account is clearly correct and may actually be a better indicator of the true effect of the changes brought about by the application than the use of unvalidated and a new novel noise index. There is no validated technical test for assessing those changes, which will occur within the application. Those changes will obviously and will undoubtedly be experienced by those living, visiting, and working within the local area. It is therefore necessary to make the best judgment possible in the circumstances of the current case. And put most simply, the current case with limited flights in the morning to be increased and no flights from LCY to be replaced by an increasing number of flights within a 6-hour period on Saturday afternoons. Saturday afternoons where the local residents might reasonably be outside looking for some sort of recreational activity, and that in the essence of the application and the essential problem to which it gives rise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's hard reading from someone else's words as well, so very well done. Okay, I've got the rule 6. I think if you can pass the microphone over to Mr. Hon as well. Seems to be, is there some kind of drumming outside or something? So I'm hoping it's not interfering too much with the sound quality. I should also say, if we can have a copy of each of the closings emailed to Joanna Vincent as well, and the inquiry documents. Thank you. Okay, ready?
Thank you. London City Airport is unusual among UK airports in a number of key respects. Its distinctiveness means that the present appeal is different from other recent airport expansion appeals. Moreover, the factors which set London City apart from other airports relate to each of the broader topics which you, the inspectors, have identified as being relevant to the determination of the present appeal, namely socio-economic impacts and forecasting, noise, and planning and climate change. The first unusual feature of London City Airport is its dependence on business travellers for a uniquely high proportion of its passenger throughput. The Civil Aviation Authority's 2022 passenger survey found that 41.5% of London City passengers who responded to the survey were travelling for business purposes, by far the highest proportion of business travellers for all the airports surveyed. The next highest proportion was Heathrow, with 18.8%. I will return later to the ways in which this unusual passenger breakdown is fundamental in properly assessing the likely economic impacts of the appeal proposal. Second, London City is unique among airports serving London in being situated very close to residential property, in the middle of one of the most densely populated parts of the capital. Indeed, data from the Office for National Statistics shows that 11 of the 20 most densely populated local authority areas in England are overflowed by London City aircraft. This has a profound bearing on the number of people who would be adversely affected by additional noise nuisance from the appeal proposal and on the extent of those impacts. Third, in common with Heathrow, but not with other UK airports which have been the subject of recent appeal decisions, London City lies within the Greater London Administrative Area. This means that the regional planning policies in the London Plan 2021 apply. In particular, policy T8 on aviation, as does the Mayor of London's target to make London a net zero carbon city. Policy context with respect to climate change is therefore very different from in the present appeal from other recent aviation appeals, meaning that very great care must be taken not to apply those appeal decisions directly to the determination of this appeal. National aviation policy is clear that while the government is broadly supportive of aviation growth within a framework which maintains a balance between benefits of aviation and its costs, it is for planning decision makers to weigh those benefits and costs in relation to individual proposed expansion schemes. In so doing, they should take into consideration a scheme's environmental and economic impacts and any proposed mitigation measures. Haycan East's case is that the economic benefits of the present appeal proposal have been overstated, and that its environmental costs, including economic environmental costs, would be more significant than the appellant acknowledges, and that the mitigation proposed to meet those costs is both inadequate and uncertain. Hey Can East is a campaign group made up of residents from East and South East London who are concerned about the impact of London City Airport on people living below its flight paths. Hey Can East campaigns for fairer flight paths and for protections for overflowing residents. As you, the inspectors, are no doubt aware, public sentiment is strongly against the appeal proposal, as reflected in the comments received by London Borough of Newham on the Section 73 application. Out of 588 public comments received, 544 were objections, with only 41 comments in support. That equates to a 92.5 objection rate. The most common concern raised by objectors was the noise impact of the proposal, in particular the loss of the much valued Saturday afternoon respite period, about which we have heard from the council. But climate change and air quality impacts were also raised frequently. I turn now to discuss each of the issues, beginning with the economic impacts of the appeal proposal. The appellant strongly emphasises the economic benefits of the appeal proposal, but it is crucial that those benefits are properly assessed on the basis of a comprehensive evidence base in order to determine the extent of the weight they should be accorded in the planning balance. The evidence of Dr. Alex Chapman has set out in his proof of evidence explains how that evidence base should be obtained and calls into question several aspects of the appellant's socio-economic assessment. In particular, Dr. Chapman highlights the following key points. First, two crucial points on business travel and the appellant's rationale for the proposed extension, which stand essentially on their own within Dr. Chapman's evidence. On business travel, in light of London City Airport's dependence on business passengers, the appellant's assumptions about the speed and extent to which business travel will bounce back after the COVID-19 pandemic are not credible when viewed in light of the trends in business travel over the past 2 decades. As set out by Dr. Chapman in his report Losing Altitude, in the 15 years since the financial crisis of 2007-8, the absolute number of business-purpose air trips has still not recovered. Hey Can East suggests that it would be over-optimistic to expect such a recovery to occur now, in the aftermath of Brexit and the pandemic, which have served to incentivise a transition to greater remote working when it has not occurred in the previous decade. The other point, which is almost the flip side of the airport's current dependence on business travel, is that the appellant has repeatedly stated that its core business rationale for the proposed extension of its operating hours is to allow for airlines to expand their selection of leisure routes, with a particular focus on shifting to leisure-type routes on Saturdays. If that is the case, then it has significant implications for the purported economic benefits of the proposal, because it is widely understood that expansion of leisure travel, particularly at smaller airports, can be problematic economically. Put very simplistically, growth in outbound leisure travel from smaller airports can take money out of an area rather than bring it in. It is certainly the case that business passengers produce greater benefits for the wider economy than leisure travellers. Given that there is considerable reason to doubt the appellant's projections regarding the future speed and extent of business passenger growth, it is reasonable to assume that the economic benefits of the appeal proposal will be less extensive than claimed, even if London City is able to capture an increased share of the leisure market, leading to an overall increase in passenger numbers. Second, projections regarding employment growth as a result of previous London City Airport expansion applications have been shown to be over-optimistic. In 2008, an application was approved which at the time was estimated to facilitate an increase in passenger numbers from around 2.5 million to 3.9 million and support around 2,277 direct full-time equivalent jobs. When the target passenger throughput was eventually surpassed in 2015, the full-time equivalent employment reported by the airport was 1,830 jobs, some 400 jobs short of their previous projection. In other words, more than half of the projected job growth did not materialise. In the age of increasing automation in which we live, there is every reason to think that current projections regarding employment generated by the present appeal proposal may similarly be overstated. Third, turning to methodology, this is another area where things are now different from the position in other airport inquiries, particularly the Bristol and Luton airport inquiries. Updates to the web tag guidance published in November 2022 are important. Had the guidance wished to say that web tag was not applicable to planning decisions, it could have done so in clear terms. Instead, the guidance makes it explicit that it expects that other appraisal practitioners, i.e. not government appraisers, will find the guidance useful. The guidance makes it clear that web tag is relevant to planning decisions by explicitly addressing decisions on planning applications in paragraph 1.4, clarifying that these decisions will, as one might say obviously, still include taking into account of relevant material considerations which go beyond what a web tag appraisal provides. However, when considering the economic impact of a major aviation intervention, web tag appraisal is the best practice economic appraisal. Indeed, the fact that Gatwick Airport recently conducted a web tag appraisal in relation to its proposed expansion indicates the relevance of this guidance to private sector schemes. Fourth, the appellant has failed adequately to account for the displacement and substitution of impacts, both within and outside the study area, leading to the overstatement of scheme benefits. Proposed new retail and hospitality jobs at the airport would, in all likelihood, be subject to high levels of displacement from elsewhere in the catchment. Passengers, meanwhile, could shift away from other airports within the London system and or from lower carbon rail travel via the Channel Tunnel. Fifth, there are a number of important gaps in the welfare-based cost-benefit analysis provided by the appellant, notably the failure to monetize the noise impacts of the proposal. Dr. Chapman's analysis shows that when noise impacts are included and unmitigated non-CO2 impacts factored in using the government's recommended approach, the scheme's net welfare impact is negative. Moving on then to the noise impacts of the appeal proposal. The appellant's case on noise has two components. First, it claims that the extension of the airport's operating hours would not constitute a material new source of noise nuisance for nearby residents, but would only lead to a non-significant increase in noise. Second, it suggests that even if noise impacts of the proposal are considered to be new and or significant, they can be adequately mitigated by a transition to a new generation of aircraft which are purportedly quieter than their predecessors. Indeed, it is claimed that due to the greater use of quieter new generation aircraft by 2031, weekend noise levels are expected to remain broadly similar to 2019, despite extended operating hours. That the loss of the highly valued Saturday afternoon respite period and the increase in the number of permitted early morning flights would constitute a new and significant source of noise nuisance for nearby residents is self-evident. Haycan East does not consider that the appellant's suggestion to the contrary is credible. The anticipated loss of amenity on Saturday afternoons if the appeal proposal were to go ahead is not comparable to other days of the week. The current respite period has substantial value to the densely populated overflowing communities in providing time for outdoor leisure pursuits, socialising or relaxation, free from aircraft noise. In 2016, when the previous planning commission to which the current Section 73 application relates was granted on appeal, the inspector considered that a 24-hour respite period for local communities was not only desirable but necessary to make the proposal for expansion acceptable in planning terms. No material change of circumstances has occurred to make the restrictions on operating hours less necessary now than they were in 2016. On the contrary, as the evidence of Mr. John Stewart indicates, developments on the ground have actually rendered the respite period and restrictions on early morning flights more important for overflowing communities than they were when the relevant conditions were imposed in respect of the 2016 application. As regards mitigation, the appellant's own evidence from its noise survey conducted in August 2023 2023 and published on the 24th of November 2023, do not support its contention that the new generation aircraft are significantly quieter away from the runway or during overflight. This survey found a 3.4 decibel difference in maximum noise levels between the aircraft which are classified as old and new generation when monitoring departures from London City Airport from a site in Ilford, and a 2.5 decibel difference when monitoring arrivals from a site in Lambeth. According to the Civil Aviation Authority's document on measuring and modelling noise, how aviation noise can be measured and modelled, a change of 3 decibels has been defined as the minimum perceptible under normal conditions. Thus, on the appellant's own evidence, when measurements are taken during overflight at a distance from the runway, there is a very perceptible difference in noise levels between the old and the new generation of aircraft during departures, and a difference which is unlikely to be perceptible under normal conditions during arrival. In particular, the comparison of the old and new generation of the Embraer aircraft from the Lambeth monitoring site found a 1.9 decibel reduction in the LA Max from 71.8 decibels for the Embraer E190 to 69.9 decibels for the Embraer E290. This is very similar to the level of difference between those two models of aircraft found in the citizen science study, carried out by Dr. Christian Nold and a team of citizen researchers, the key findings of which are presented in Dr. Nold's proof of evidence. This shows that there was a 1.7 decibel difference in the maximum volume between old and new generation Embraer aircraft during overflight from 6 monitoring stations underneath London City Airport's arriving flight path, passing over Nottingham, Catford, and the Horniman Museum and Gardens in Forest Hill. This difference is unlikely to be perceptible to the average human ear in normal conditions, i.e., just breaking away from the text, the old and new generation aircraft does not solve the noise problem. Furthermore, Hayes takes the view that the proposed mitigation for the noise impacts of the appeal proposal is in fact no mitigation at all. The best mitigation for the airport's expansion of passenger capacity was that endorsed by the inspector in 2016, namely the 24-hour weekend respite period and restrictions on early flights. The appellant now invites the inspectors in the present appeal to conclude that the mitigation which was considered essential to make the 2016 application acceptable in planning terms is no longer necessary. We disagree. Hayes agrees with the London Borough of Newham that the negative noise impacts of the appeal proposal will be contrary to policies D13 and T8 of the London Plan 2021 and policies SP2 and SP8 of the Newham Plan 2018. Moreover, there is a growing body of evidence regarding the public health impacts of noise pollution as set out in the paper of Professor Charlotte Clark, which is appended to the planning proof evidence of Mr. Jake Farmer. In light of the uncertainty around the public health impacts of the appeal proposal and the need to take a precautionary approach, the noise impact counts strongly against the grant of planning permission. Moving on to the planning policy context with regard to climate change, as has already been noted, the planning policy context for the present appeal is materially different from other recent appeals concerning airport expansion, because the policies in the London Plan apply. In particular, policy T8B explicitly addresses the impact of aviation on climate change. The wording of the policy is important. The environmental and health impacts of aviation must be fully acknowledged, and aviation-related development proposals should include mitigation measures that fully meet their external and environmental costs, particularly in respect of noise, air quality, and climate change. Any airport expansion scheme must be appropriately assessed and, if required, demonstrate that there is an overriding public interest or no suitable alternative solution with fewer environmental impacts. The explanatory text at 10.8.8 provides that the aviation impacts on climate change must be fully recognised, and emissions from aviation activities must be compatible with national and international obligations to tackle climate change. The implications for other sectors and other airports must also be understood when expansion proposals are brought forward, and aviation greenhouse gas emissions must be aligned with the Mayor's carbon reduction targets. This explanatory text performs an important interpretive function in helping to explain the meaning of the policy. In the present case, it indicates that full acknowledgement of the environmental impacts of aviation and inclusion of mitigation measures mandated by policy TAP must address the issue of compliance or lack thereof with the Mayor's carbon reduction target. In January 2022, the Mayor adopted a target to make London a net zero carbon city by 2030, as set out in the policy document London Net Zero 2030, an updated pathway. This document draws on a recent report commissioned by the Mayor and published on the 18th of January 2022 by Element Energy, Pathways to Net Zero Carbon by 2030. The report concluded at page 54 that regardless of which of its proposed potential pathways to net zero the Mayor ultimately adopted, aviation emissions have a large impact on the level of residual emissions for transport. As such, limiting growth of aviation as far as possible is a crucial action for achieving the Mayor's climate ambitions. That is important. In light of it, the appellant cannot credibly dismiss the climate impact of the inevitable increase in aviation emissions on the basis that some other type of emission reduction in another sector will compensate. The appellant's environmental statement indicates that the projected greenhouse gas emissions from the airport in the year 2031 in the development case scenario will be 389,590 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent, a net increase of 77,024 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent over the 2 million scenario. Nevertheless, the appellant suggests that the inspectors should actually assign a positive weight to the appeal proposal's effect on climate change because it will purportedly facilitate a new generation of planes that will result in lower passenger emissions. HACAD East contends that the opposite is the case. The proposal will have a negative impact on climate change. As rightly highlighted by the London Borough of Newham, evidence regarding passenger handling capacity at the other London airports indicates that extra passenger demand of 2.5 million passengers per annum sought by this application could be accommodated up to at least 2031 at the other London airports, and that overall carbon emissions would be materially lower if this demand were handled at other London airports. In setting out the appeal proposal's purportedly neutral to positive effect on climate change, the appellant relies heavily on the fact that the projected emissions and the net difference between do and do, what's C stand for? Do development case, there we go, development case scenario are forecasted to decrease sharply after 2031 as new technologies come on stream. This approach is flawed and unreliable for several reasons. First, these projections rely on technological advances which are far from certain. The Climate Change Committee's latest progress report to Parliament, published in June 2023, warns against over-reliance on nascent technologies and states that such reliance carries considerable risks in relation to the aviation sector's contribution to emissions abatement of the sixth carbon budget, i.e. over the next 14 years. It is notable that the High Court was particularly concerned about this type of risk in the net zero strategy judgment. Heavy reliance on hoped for but unproven and crucially unscaled technology cannot be justified, particularly where we know that the most effective way of reducing CO2 and non-CO2 emissions is managing demand. Second, even if we take a rosy view and assume that such technologies will come on stream after 2031, that does not persist. The appeal proposal will still be incompatible with the Mayor's adopted target as set out in London Net Zero 2030 and updated pathway. This target is a material planning consideration in its own right, and it is HACAD East's case that the appellant's failure properly to address it constitutes a lack of compliance with the requirements of Policy T8 in the London Plan 2021. National policy also stresses the importance of rapid as well as deep reduction in aviation emissions, with the 2050 trajectory in the Jet Zero strategy, including an in-sector interim target of 35.4 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent in 2030 and 28.4 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent in 2040. In its recommendations in the sixth carbon budget, the Climate Change Committee recommended a yet more ambitious target, interim target for aviation emissions of 31 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent by the year 2030. So in conclusion, the appellant's case is shot through with uncertainty. Much of it is founded on predicted future trends. Other aspects are founded on predicted future technologies. There is a great deal of uncertainty about these trends and technologies. And indeed, as you've heard, the uncertainty has already begun. The appellant's assessment of the likely economic impact of the appeal proposal at the time of the original application was predicted on the assumption that business travel would bounce back to 2019 levels by 2023. That has not occurred. Haycan East considers that the forecast growth of business travel up to 20% above the pre-pandemic levels by 2035 is also highly unlikely to materialise. If it does not, then the economic benefits of the appeal proposal have been significantly overstated. Likewise, projected employment gains from previous expansion applications at London City Airport have failed to materialise, casting doubt on the anticipated jobs figures in relation to the current appeal proposal. The proposed mitigation for noise impacts of the proposal relies almost entirely on the assumption that new generation aircraft flown from the airport will be significantly quieter than the old, yet even the appellant's own evidence suggests that the difference in noise levels from departing aircraft away from the runway is barely perceptible to the human ear during normal conditions, while the reduction in perceived noise levels for arriving aircraft is unlikely to be perceptible at all. Meanwhile, Dr. Norton's citizen science study indicated virtually no audible difference between new and old generation aircraft during overflight for monitoring sites under the arriving flight path in South East London. In reaching its conclusion that the appeal proposal may have a net positive impact on climate change, the appellant relies on a significant predicted uptake in the use of sustainable aviation fuel up to 2031. Yet this technology is highly speculative, with the Climate Change Committee warning against over-reliance on sustainable aviation fuel take-up to meet sectoral carbon budgets for aviation. In any event, even were that to be taken up after 2031, to match the appellant's predictions, the appeal proposal would remain out of step with the Mayor's 2030 net zero target. As set out at the outset, national policy is supportive of aviation expansion, where its environmental costs can be minimised and properly mitigated. It is Haycan East's case that the costs of the appeal proposal are too high, the proposed mitigation too slight and speculative, and the economic benefits too uncertain to justify the grant of permission. And so, inspectors, you will be invited in due course to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just suggest we have a very short comfort break between the next opening, if that's okay. So if we come back at 12:30, I think it's 20 minutes roughly for that opening. I think there's somebody that wants to speak before we break for lunch as well, just due to personal commitments this afternoon, and then we'll have a lunch break. So if we come back at 12:30, thank you very much. Okay, so everyone can take a seat. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Humphries, when you're ready, I've got a paper.
No, there's one that will be distributed. It's in the sort of form line, we did far longer than 20 minutes, but I will just simply read it and summarize bits. And it's been designed really to provide something of like an identification of issues and then a roadmap through some of the areas. And I'm obviously very grateful to my junior Daisy Noble for her hard work on giving these sessions. Madam, London City Airport sits in the heart of the Royal Docks in Beckton Riverside Opportunity Area. It is recognised as an anchor economic asset of regional and international importance. The airport is recognised by both the Greater London Authority and the London Borough of Newham as a key local employer and a, again quotes, catalyst for investment within the area, playing an important role in supporting London's international connectivity. In 2019, the airport employed 2,310 people on site and generated a further 850 jobs within the local area, or 1,370 across London, through its supply chain and induced effects. This role is particularly important in the context of East London, where the airport sits, parts of which are recognised as some of the most deprived in the UK. The identification of East London as a priority area for levelling up is largely driven by unemployment and lack of jobs. Local plan policy supports the optimisation of existing capacity at the airport, alongside further mitigation of its environmental impacts, including improvements to public transport. The local area is one of rapid growth. It is one of the largest opportunity areas in London, identified to provide some 30,000 new homes and 41,500 new jobs. National policy recognises the key role that airports can play in delivering levelling up and local benefits, including through trade, air freight, aerospace, investment and tourism, as well as, and this is important, allowing people to benefit from improved connections across the Union and regions. The recognition of local and regional importance of the airport reflects the government's view of airports as strategically and nationally important assets, enhancing the UK's global connectivity and acting as catalysts for economic growth. National aviation policy is clear. The government remains supportive of all airports making best use of their existing runways. This requires striking a balance for airports to grow sustainability whilst addressing their environmental impacts. This policy position should be given significant weight, having been restated by the government as recently as May 2022. London City Airport, like all airports, suffered a significant downturn as a result of the pandemic. Proposed amendments to the conditions that currently govern operations at London City Airport will allow the airport to meet the needs of local passengers whilst creating operational flexibility that will accelerate the modernisation of its airline fleet mix. This will support the airport's recovery whilst bringing significant economic, consumer and other benefits. I then, Madam, go on and sort of set out some text on the context and nature of the application. I don't think I need to read that. Paragraph 8, I just summarise some of the existing conditions of particular importance in paragraph 8, A, B, and C and D. From paragraph 11, I set out the proposed amendments. And again, I summarise those. And in paragraph 12, I just identify some of the effects of knock-on amendments, that are consequential amendments that are necessary as well. I'll read paragraph 13. The additional flights that would be permitted by the proposed amendments, both in the mornings and on Saturday afternoons, are accompanied by a commitment to allow only quieter new generation aircraft to use these slots. When we discuss the conditions, you'll see that's condition 99, the new one right at the very end. As explained further below, this commitment not only limits noise levels within the extended opening hours, but will accelerate the transition to new generation aircraft by creating a powerful economic incentive for airlines to refleet to take advantage of the additional slots. As such, the benefits of newer aircraft will be experienced throughout the week, thereby reducing the overall noise effects from the airport operations, alongside enhancements to the airport sound insulation scheme. The proposed amendments will allow the airport to meet expected future levels of demands within the airport's catchment. And again, I emphasise this point. This is an area of very high population growth, planned growth, and part of the purpose of this application is obviously to allow the airport to operate more leisure flights to meet that local demand. On paragraph 15, I just talk about the Saturday afternoons. I make this point about the longer operating hours on Saturday afternoons being particularly important for leisure travel. I won't read the rest of the paragraph. In paragraph 16, I just discuss the early morning flights and their importance. And paragraph 17, I draw attention to the fact that the proposed amendments do still retain an 18 to 17 hour closure from either 6:30 or 7:30 on Saturdays to 12:30 on Sundays, and that will remain unique at UK airports. And the number, therefore, the duration of flights on Saturdays will continue to be less than the permitted flights on weekdays. And not only will there be fewer of them, but there is this new condition 99, those additional hours operated by the new gen aircraft. And paragraph 18 draws attention to the fact that the airport did consult on these proposals and did respond to public consultation. It cut back its proposed extended hours directly in response to public consultation. So, paragraph 19, I come to the scope of the dispute, and the scope of the dispute with the London Borough of Newham is strikingly narrow. The airport and the borough have entered into a statement of common ground to record the extended agreement between the parties. There are only two grounds for refusal, as you've identified, and the second of these has now been resolved. So we're only dealing with one reason for refusal, and that relates to noise. So paragraph 22, what we've done there is identify those many areas which are not in dispute, and this is really unusual for an airport expansion proposal. There's no objection to the lifting of the passenger cap, no objection in relation to surface transport, no objection in relation to air quality, no dispute that carbon emissions from non-aviation sources are not significant, ground sources and so on. Also agreed with the borough that the carbon emissions from aviation sources are consistent with the government's net zero strategy. It's agreed that health effects are the reason for refusal, and even within the outstanding reason for refusal, the issue is a really very narrow one. There's no dispute about the methods, noise indices, modelling outputs set out in the environmental statement. There's no dispute that there are no significant environmental effects from construction noise, vibration, or surface access. There's no dispute that there's no significant environmental effect from ground noise. And as indicated above, it's agreed that the proposed amendments do not give rise to significant adverse effects on public health. So paragraph 24, in essence therefore, the matters in dispute between Newham and the airport arising from the reason for refusal relate solely to the amenity aspects from 3 additional early morning flights and the reduction in the curfew on Saturday afternoons, and a policy implication for this. So the council's position is that this gives rise to a significant impact from a new and material noise impact, which is outweighed by the benefit of the amendments. With regard to need and socioeconomic impacts, again, the dispute is very narrow indeed. And there's no dispute that the approach adopted to air traffic forecasting and economic impact is appropriate. And nor is there any dispute about the scale of economic and consumer benefits that the amendments will deliver. So at the time of the determination by Newham, Dr. Smith's evidence there in his June report was that the airport would achieve 9 million, although perhaps on slower growth scenario rather than the core scenario. Since then, he's revised his position and he now suggests that there are downside risks that the airport will not achieve 9 million. And obviously, that's an area of dispute. As far as Hackney East is concerned, whilst it raises matters that are not in dispute between the airport and London Borough of Newham, its case is also narrow. In terms of its case, it differs from the London Borough of Newham only insofar as it seeks to broaden the noise projection to include impacts on residents a considerable distance from the airport, those outside the 51 dBA LEQ 16-hour contour, but overflown by aircraft. This is informed by evidence gathered from a citizen science survey. Climate change. Hackney East does not dispute the methodology used to calculate aviation emissions, nor does it dispute the output of those calculations. The dispute turns solely on the interpretation and application of local policy. And finally, in terms of socioeconomics, the key plank of Hackney East's case appears to turn on the alleged failure of the airport to monetize the environmental impacts of the proposed development. This is based on the proposition that an assessment should have been carried out in accordance with the Department of Transport's appraisal guidance known as WebTag. This argument is not novel. It has been advanced unsuccessfully now in a number of recent airport inquiries by Dr. Chapman, and although obviously Dr. Chapman and Hackney seek to distinguish circumstances here, frankly, there is no distinction. The arguments are exactly the same. So that brings me in paragraph 31 to the main issues, which are air traffic forecasting, socioeconomics, noise, and then planning policy and the overall balance. And from paragraph 33 onwards, I deal first with air traffic forecasting. And I've set out various things there by way of context, the role of air traffic forecasting, national aviation policy. I don't think I need to read any of that. Paragraph 35, I look at the city airport forecast. Again, I won't read those. I will just touch on them because it's an issue between ourselves and council on paragraph 38. The airport currently handles some sort of 66% of its pre-pandemic recovery from the pandemic has been slower than at other airports due to a number of short-term factors. And she identifies those and explains them in her evidence. And these are clearly airport-specific factors, and they are clearly also, as she will explain in her evidence, short-term factors. In paragraph 40, I touch on the point again, I won't explore it in detail, but there is no dispute between the airport and the council that the extended operating hours would improve the efficiency of airline operations at the airport. It is accepted that the extended operating hours will accelerate the refleeting of the London City Airport fleet mix to one containing more new generation aircraft. There's a dispute about the extent to which that would happen without the extended hours, but there's no dispute that it will be encouraged by the new operating hours. Paragraph 42, again, I'll just read a couple of sentences there. It says, by incentivising refleeting to new generation aircraft with higher seating capacities, more consumers will be able to benefit from flying from the local airport, and given the growing population in East London, this will give them convenient access to a wider range of business and leisure destinations. So from paragraph 45, I look at the scope of the dispute of forecasting and the summary of City Airport's case. So I'll read it again. As explained above, the scope of the dispute in respect of air traffic forecasting is narrow. The only issues raised by LPN are, first, whether or not the downside risks identified in the evidence of Dr. Smith mean the growth at the airport will be slower than anticipated, whilst the environmental effects of the proposed amendments will be felt earlier. Two, whether the growth of 2.5 million could be handled by other London airports, a point that he's raised. And three, whether there are other factors that would influence the rate of refleeting. And these are addressed in detail in the rebuttal evidence of Louis Compton and summarised below. So what I do then in the paragraphs below is deal with these points. So paragraph 46 following deals with the downside risk points. Paragraph 48 deals with the point about meeting demand at other airport. And paragraph 49 deals with the refleeting point. And all of these obviously draw on our evidence, and that's what the footnotes refer to. So from paragraph 50 onwards, I deal with socioeconomic impacts, and again deal with local policy context, and from 52 with socioeconomic benefits. And from 56, I deal with the scope of dispute in respect of socioeconomic benefits and the summary of the airport's case. So here, paragraph 56, I say the sole point of dispute with the London Borough of Newham in respect of socioeconomic benefits relates to the realisation of the benefits identified in comparison to when the environmental effects from increased output would be experienced. The Council's position on the realisation of benefits is merely a consequence of its position on forecasting. In short, growth in forecast demand is slower, the delivery of the socioeconomic benefits will be slower. And then 58, the dispute with Hackam East, by contrast, relates principally to whether or not there is a need to carry out full economic assessment of environmental effects of the proposed amendments, and in particular, Dr. Chapman argues that the analysis of the proposals must be carried out in accordance with WebTag. And this argument was anticipated in Louise Compton's proof of evidence, because it's the argument that Dr. Chapman raises at every airport inquiry. And she was able to explain, therefore, in her first proof of evidence, that there has been advance, that the argument has been advanced unsuccessfully by Dr. Chapman at a number of recent inquiries. And these points of Dr. Chapman's, there simply is no requirement for a full web tag assessment to be carried out in the context of a planning application for an airport development. And Dr. Chapman's analysis of these quotations are in some cases taken out of context or contain misinterpretation of what the words actually said. And no doubt you will be cross-examined on that. The proposed amendments are not government intervention in the market to which WebTiger applies, and this is wholly consistent with the rejection of Dr. Chapman's argument in the context of the appeal decisions of Bristol and Luton airports, which Dr. Chapman now seeks to distinguish. And it's interesting, I've read it being referred to Gatwick reducing the WebTag approach, and in his representations on Gatwick, Dr. Chapman has said, well, he doesn't really agree with what they've done there in WebTag, and this is evidence on the Luton 19 MPPA planning appeal. He actually pointed back to what Bristol Airport had done and said that's what Luton Airport should have done. And it is, of course, exactly what London City Airport has done here, and you can see that by looking at the video of his evidence there. So his position on this appears to be wholly inconsistent. Noise. It's notable, paragraph 62, that noise is the only environmental effect that is subject to the reason for refusal. In particular, the reason for refusal relates to noise effects of the extended operating hours. So it doesn't relate to noise generally, it relates simply to these extended operating hours and the 3 additional flights. And I set out then from paragraph 64 onwards the national policy context. And I'll just touch on it, but I do draw attention in paragraph 71 to the new overarching aviation national policy statement. I won't read the quotation there, but that is quite an important clarification of noise policy in the context of aviation in particular, because it makes it clear that there is a balancing exercise between economic and consumer benefits of aviation against social and health implications. From paragraph 73 onwards, I look at the local policy context in relation to noise, drawing attention to paragraph 75 to policy T8 in particular, but also covering the other policies. In paragraph 78 onwards, I deal with EIA significance, and imagine the distinction, just to make it clear, that's being drawn here between significance, these 2 forms of significance. So, noise above solid significant observed adverse effect level can, in that sense, be described as significant is above the significant level. But of course, the increment, the difference on noise between with and without development might be very, very tiny. In fact, it might be 0. Case, we would still say this is above solids, it's significant observed adverse effect, but in EIA terms, without development, it's not significant. And so what the ES does is and Mr. Greer's evidence is looks at both of these things, both effects above level and solid, but also effects with and without development. What difference does the development actually make? And I will try and read all the text here, but it's important that that distinction is understood, that use of language is understood. So from paragraph 84, I just summarise the point on those effects. So the overall noise impacts of the proposed development are set out in full in section 8 of the ES and summarised in section 7 to 9 of Richard Greer's evidence. There are 8 key points, that we need to know. Firstly, the ES concludes that, taking account of enhanced embedded mitigation, there are no new materially different operational noise effects due to the proposed development. 2, due to the increased number of aircraft movements, the proposed amendments will generate no more noise than the the do minimum scenario in 2031, but less than the 2019 baseline due to the greater use of quieter new generation aircraft. So it would be in 2031 more than the do minimum, but less than the current noise. With regard to daytime noise, the number of people exposed is higher with the proposed amendments in 2031. But all changes in daytime noise levels are rated as negligible in IA terms. In other words, they're below those thresholds without. Again, I set that out on D. With regards to nighttime noise effects, the numbers of people exposed is broadly similar with the proposed amendments compared to the do minimum case in 2031, with some people forecast to experience a minor beneficial or minor adverse effect with the proposed amendments. Approximately 80% of those within the lower, all of those within the soul, are forecast to experience a negligible effect. There are 70 people in 20 properties on the Camel Road where the noise levels are forecast to exceed the soul. However, these people have already been treated by the airport standard insulation scheme, thereby avoiding any significant effect. And it is important to note that there's no dispute on these analyses, these numbers between parties. The issue with Mr. Thornton-Taylor relates to the next point, which is weekend noise. With regards to weekend noise, based on the supplementary metric, there is an increase in the number of people exposed as a result of additional aircraft movements on Saturdays. All changes between 0.1 dB and 1.9 and are therefore negligible. Compared to the do minimum scenario, there are the same number of residential healthcare buildings exposed to noise levels equal to above the threshold of 52 dB, and 18 more outdoor amenity areas exposed to noise levels equal to above the threshold of 55 dB. All of the changes in noise of these receptors are less than 3 dB, and therefore rated as non-significant. Noise levels on Saturday afternoons will remain lower than Saturday mornings, which are in turn lower than weekdays. The sensitivity test was based on the slower and faster growth scenarios, demonstrating that air noise effects would not be materially different to the core noise case. And the reason for looking at faster and slower growth is just to understand when you get to 9 p.m. Does it make a material difference if the air traffic forecasts are out? The growth occurs slightly earlier or slightly lower, and that's why we've tested as a sensitivity faster and slower growth, because at the end of the day, it's still 9 MPPA, it's still the same number of aircraft, they're just flying 2 or 3 years earlier or 2 or 3 years later. Does it make a difference? It's a very slight difference because there would be a slight fleet mix, but not a significant difference. And that sort of puts the arguments with Dr. Smith about whether or not there are downside risks in some sort of context. It doesn't make a material difference to the noise. Both the alternative fleet mix and the proposed early morning limit sensitivity scenarios demonstrate the effects would not be materially different to the core case. And the sensitivity analysis using magnitude of 1 dB above the soul indicates there are no receptors above soul that experience a change of 1 dB or more some average daytime. This related to a point that Mr. Thornton-Taylor raised about whether 2 dB above soul threshold was the threshold of significance. So we said that we should go to 1 dB, we've done that, and it still doesn't show significant adverse effects. So, Madam, I then go on, I deal in paragraph 86 onwards with noise mitigation and compensation. 88, the scope of the dispute in respect of noise. And then I summarise those figures from paragraph 89 onwards. 93, I'll just touch on this. Hackham East raised a number of additional points in respect of noise. These relate to noise generated by aircraft outside the airport's noise contours, in other words, below the 1 dB on top, that's below the lower, which is the lowest observed adverse effect level on health or quality of life. And that's presented as part of the citizens' science study. And Sigrid sets out his position on that in his evidence. Then from paragraph 95, other matters, which I don't need to read at all, but in appendices to Mr. Bashforth's evidence, we've produced technical notes on carbon and climate change. Those are important. I don't need to read them out now. In paragraph 99, I touch on health again. There's a substantial technical note. And overall, it's worth noting that there are health benefits because of the employment benefits. And then from paragraph 100 onwards, we get to planning policy and balance. There, we set out the correct text under section 38.6, what the conclusion is on policy overall, and draw attention to other material considerations. And that brings me then to paragraph 106, which is the conclusion, which says that for reasons summarised above and set out in detail in the written proofs of evidence, it will be the airport's case that the proposed amendments provide an opportunity to deliver increased connectivity, productivity, and economic growth to the local area, to the London Borough of Newham, where there is a recognised need for such benefits, and to London broadly. And the proposed amendments are in accordance with the development plan taken as a whole. There are no material considerations that indicate that planning permission should be refused. For these reasons, in due course, we will invite the inspectors to allow the appeal and grant planning permission. And that was obviously written in the context of for the recovery, so for you to recommend approval and the grant of planning permission.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that was a quick hunt through, so we will obviously read the full everything. For those of you that have just been listening and don't have the benefit of a paper copy, there will be a full copy going on the website, the inquiry website as well, so if you wanted to also read the full thing, you'll be able to have the opportunity to do that. So we will break them shortly, but there was Anna Tarawali who wanted to speak before. Yes, do you want to come up and sit on this table? If you want to take a seat, just get the microphone working.
I'm speaking as a new resident, and for this pass, I live about 100 meters from the city airport. I've lived there for 18 years. My back garden is bordering the city airport and the DLR. And I am opposed to the extension of the airport facilities because of what I am going through, I have gone through, and I know will continue if the expansion is granted. So when I moved into this area, North Woolwich, 2003, I was aware of the airport. I was aware I have a respite time on Saturdays when I come in vice visitors, when I will not have planes flying with noise and pollution, when the times the pollution is bad, I can taste and smell the aviation fuel from my back garden. I know I will have the respite, which was at the time and up to now in place. And so when this application was put through and we were informed by the council, I was very annoyed actually and disturbed that the welfare and well-being of the residents are not being considered. When I went there, I was okay otherwise. Gradually, I developed an hay fever. I had to take one tablet maybe 3 times a day, 4 times a day. No, a day every week, maybe 3 times a week. But now I have to take every day. Am I going to say it's the city airport responsibility? Probably not. Am I going to say possibly they account for that in their pollution? Probably yes. So I think the economic case being put by the city airport does not take into consideration the well-being of the local residents where these flights take and where these flights land. From my back garden, I can see the planes landing, forming a V line on the other side of the docks. And it's obvious. It doesn't need explanation. They will bring pollution with them, they will bring noise with them. Whether there will be modifications to the aircraft or not. And so I am proposing this planning permission extension. They have primary schools, there are schools around the locality, which therefore they are very well aware of. It's a school which is 100 meters from them, small children primary school. The only time they can breathe fresh air is on Saturdays in the afternoon. So the airport is planning to choke them when they go to school and over the weekend. When they need to breathe fresh air, get out and about in place children and grow up with all the residents. I don't think this is going to be helpful. Therefore, this should be taken into consideration. I have been inviting the inspector to come to my area, my house, and see for ourselves what we live under. We contribute to the economy, we work. And we want to be able to live healthy lives and not to be affected by the impact of the airport extension. Secondly, it's on global agenda for everyone to know. There's carbon emissions and the quality of the globe as we know is not as it was. We have issues with catastrophes of all sorts because of the climate change and carbon emissions. How the airport is thinking of mitigating this, I don't know, but I think it's not a way to help the climate. And so this planning commission should not be allowed on that basis as well. So in my conclusion, I want the inspector to take into consideration the welfare of the people where the flight paths are going, the people living near the airport facility, what they have to breathe, what they have to bear with, and considering people are moved into working in hybrid positions, people are working at home, so they are being exposed to more elements of pollution as to when possibly they were going to walk away from their homes. So this should be taken into consideration as well, and this expansion should not be allowed in my home opinion. I conclude that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Humphrey, do you have any questions?
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Just so we are going to be doing a site visit this week at some point. I'm not sure. I can't remember the itinerary we've agreed in depth, but I know obviously you requested for us to bring.
Yeah, I'm more than
your
happy,
area.
yes, I'm more than happy, yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, I think if you could provide programme officer just with details of your address,
Yeah.
we'll try and visit around the local area. We won't be going into any private houses or gardens or anything like that, but
Yes.
just experience
No
it,
problem.
looking around, okay, so we'll make sure that's there.
No problem.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. So we'll take a lunch break now. We'll take an hour, and then we'll hear from the rest of the interested parties for the rest of the afternoon. So if we reconvene at 2:15, please. Thank you. Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from a good break. Before we start with the interested parties, just in terms of the programme, just for discussion at the end, a rough plan that we've formulated over break. We think maybe do conditions in 106 tomorrow, if possible. The unaccompanied site visit on Thursday, so that will just be Inspector Ayres and myself wandering around the area in accordance with the itinerary provided, and then Friday, formal site visit to the airport. That will be with a limited number of parties just for security reasons as well. So that's the rough thinking at the minute, but happy for any feedback and any issues to be raised. I just thought I'd give you a notice of that.
Madam, can I just at this stage pass on Ms. Nahon's formal apologies? She had a professional commitment over lunchtime that's meant she's not able to attend in person this afternoon. She will be attending virtually for the discussion about timetable.
Thank you very much.
I think it would be accompanied site visit. Friday would be fine. What the applicant will need as soon as possible is obviously the names of those other than the relevant party, assuming that just for propriety will need someone from the council, and you'll also get to take it round someone from the airport. Obviously, we're very familiar with the fact that the issues are not to be discussed, you're simply being taken to places and shown what you want to see. If there are things that you would particularly like to see, then if you can indicate what those are, we can make sure that is possible. What the airport will need beforehand is copies, and this can be email copies of photograph ID that can then be checked. Perhaps at the end of today, we could liaise with the programme officer and just make sure that that is available for, let's say, those in your party. I think, Mr. McFadden, if you told maybe because you do the airport before, I don't know, but if you have details from you, I'll just check that they have photo ID if you were to be the person for the airport, and then I don't know if it would be from our side. The idea of this site visit is not that large numbers of people troop around the airport, but simply that when you do your site visit, there's someone from opposing sides to make sure that the proprieties are observed.
I mean, yes, I think at the case management conference, I think it was almost even narrower than that. So it was ourselves, Joanna Vincent as an independent person for the inquiry, plus somebody from the airport, an airport representative who isn't to do with any of these proceedings.
Yes.
So just so whether that's an option, but I don't want to do Mr. McFadden out of the site visit.
But yes, that certainly is an option. I'm sure the airport can supply an operations person. That's just something to do with the consents.
Yeah, and yes, you're quite right. Just for those involved in the site visit, will be for us just to have a look at how the airport works, where the change is going to be, just get an understanding of everything. We won't be discussing. There'll be no evidence there. It's just for us to see see stuff. So
Can we liaise with Ms. Vincent later just on IDs and everything, and then we will assume unless it's otherwise to set that up for Friday.
Yeah.
And as I say, if you through Joanna Vincent could just let us know what it is. Presumably airside, you will want to, landside you will want to see that's easy, you don't need to pass it out, but I assume you want to go to airside, which means that's where they need the ID, and they can take you out and show you various things.
okay, I know Ms. Vincent's got our IDs, and if we could
Yes.
have get your ID.
Yes, that's very good.
Madam Chancellor, apologies. It's brought to our attention and a mark of that recording devices right behind you and that people might see your screen.
Yes, I was coming to that. Thank you. So yeah, we're not writing notes specifically on my laptop. It'll just be for documents, communications, emails from the programme officer. The other thing I should say is, because we've got quite a few interested parties wanting to speak today, we've got a WhatsApp group, so I'll be getting messages from the back, so I'm not checking Facebook. It's actually working. Just thought I wanted to clarify that, because if I'm on screen, everyone's going, there we go. Okay, right, thank you very much. So I think first then, if we're ready for the interested parties, and we sat on the table there, if you can speak into the microphone. For those of you that weren't here this morning, if you can tell us your name, your address, or who you're representing, if you're supporting or objecting to the proposals. If you're reading from a transcript, it would be really, really helpful to have a copy of that emailed across to the programme officer. If you haven't got a transcript, that's absolutely fine. We will take detailed notes of what you have to say. Okay. So I think first on the list is Sir Stephen Timms MP.
Thank you. I'm
Working.
Is it working? Is the switch on?
Try the other one's got a light on the bottom, so you might be better with that one. Always have a
So I'm Sir Stephen Timms, and I've been the MP for the area, including the airport, now known as East Town constituency, since June 1994. I am reading some introductory remarks from the transcript, and I've provided that to China by email. Before becoming the MP, I was a member of the council of the London Borough of Newham, and I was in 1986 to 87 the vice chair of the council's planning committee. And in that capacity, I negotiated on behalf of the council with the developer Molam the original planning conditions for the airport ahead of its opening by Her Majesty the Queen, which I attended in November 1987. The planning authority at the time was not the London Borough of Newham, it was the London Docklands Development Corporation, but the corporation and the council were working closely together, and that was why I did those negotiations. I went on to be the chair of the planning committee in 1987 to 1990, and leader of the council from 1990 to 94 until my election to the House of Commons in June 1994. I'm a supporter of the London City Airport. It has been, in my view, an excellent corporate citizen of the London Borough of Newham. Of course, the proposal for an airport was a controversial one. Some local residents energetically opposed the airport in principle as inappropriate in an urban area. But there's always been a large group of residents, and in my assessment, the larger group, which has welcomed the economic benefits that the airport has brought. The docks where the airport is located used to be the source of tens of thousands of local jobs in the docks themselves and in factories around the around the docks. But the docks closed down in the 1970s, and most people in the 1980s, when the airport was being planned, were very pleased at the prospect of jobs coming back. The story is told of my predecessor, Nigel Spearing, who was the MP for Newham South, producing his election address to voters for the 1983 general election and committing in that election address to fight against this terrible airport proposal. He had all these addresses printed up, and he spent a Saturday morning canvassing the streets around the airport and came back to his campaigning headquarters and decided that he'd better scrap and pulp all his election addresses and go back to the drawing board and start all over again, because he found that people were actually very supportive of the airport proposal. So I've always placed a high value on the contribution made by the airport to the local economy. It provides excellent work opportunities for a big number of local residents, opportunities particularly for young residents to embark on attractive careers. The airport has always been committed to recruiting unemployed local people, for example, with its Take Off into Flight initiative, and I know a number of youngsters, unemployed youngsters, who've got great opportunities through the airport and have gone on to very good careers as a result. And I accept that, notwithstanding the impact on local residents and within reasonable constraints, it is fair enough for the airport to seek to increase the number of people and flights it accommodates. But ever since I negotiated those original planning conditions for the airport as Vice Chair and then Chair of the Council's Planning Committee almost 4 decades ago, it has been part of the deal that the airport will close for 24 hours every weekend from 12:30 Saturday lunchtime to 12:30 on Sunday lunchtime. And extending flights to Saturday afternoons seems to me to be a fundamental breach of the understanding that the airport reached with the community when it opened. Residents living near the airport would never again be able to enjoy a quiet weekend afternoon in their garden. That would fundamentally erode, I think, residents' ability to enjoy their homes. And as I'm sure you'll see and hear when you visit later this week, if you are outdoors, the noise from those planes taking off is absolutely deafening. And if there are planes taking off from the airport and you live nearby, then you can't have a quiet afternoon in your back garden. And that is something that people have been assured of for the almost 40 years that the airport has operated for. The negotiation which I conducted on behalf of the council in 1986 was, as I mentioned, with Moment, the developer and initial operator of the airport. The Moment representative with whom I negotiated was called Roger Sainsbury. He has long since retired, but I recently had the opportunity to meet him again in a different context. And I asked if he agreed with me that that 24 weekend pause was fundamental to reaching the agreement which allowed the airport to open. And he confirmed that that was his recollection as well. So I think it is fundamental to the airport having an acceptable role in the local community. And I do ask on behalf of my constituents that the appeal recommends upholding the council's refusal of this current application.
Did you have any questions?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've just got one for you. So we hear for the opening.
I was.
So there was reference in the fact that there was pre-application discussions, and originally the airport wanted to extend the Saturday opening until 10 o'clock at night, but on the basis of the public outcry, reduced that to 6:30 instead, 7:30, which is summertime. Does that go any way to remedy your concerns in any way?
Well, it's helpful, but it certainly doesn't allay my concerns. It's Saturday afternoon, it's having an afternoon when you can enjoy your back garden or being in one of the local parks. That opportunity will be lost forever if this application is accepted. So it would need to come back to 12:30, not 6 p.m, in order to allay that concern.
And then we heard from the council this morning that their position is they support growth, so they're not actually objecting even to increasing the numbers to 9 million per annum. Is that, do you share that, or are you sort of different to that?
Yeah, that generally reflects my view as well. And going back to the original view in the mid-1980s, that we wanted economic activity back in the docks, but of course on a basis that was acceptable for local residents. Now, there are no doubt quite a lot more people living around the airport now than there were then. And I think that we do need to give greater weight to the concerns of local residents about noise and other disturbances than might have been the case in the mid-1980s. So I think I'd urge a little bit more caution perhaps than would have been the case 4 decades ago. But the fundamental point, can the airport be able to carry on and indeed to develop further in a way that's acceptable? I think the answer to that is yes, it can be, but it needs to be properly conditioned.
That's all my questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we do a swap over then. Next, we have Keith McLean for the New Providence Wharf Leaseholders and Residents Association.
Seem to have moved up one in the queue. Well, you've given my name and a clue to the address, New Providence Wharf. New Providence. I haven't. I've got some slides that I'm going to use as a prompt. I'll give you those afterwards if you wish, but it's not a full slide. Yes, in New Providence Wharf, I'm the elected member of the committee for the Residents Association. New Providence Wharf consists of a number of different buildings, but in total it's about 1,300 flats and are way more than 2,000 residents. We are located 2 miles away from the runway in Tower Hamlets, and it's just opposite the O2, if that gives you a better idea of where we are. The development is directly under both the easterly and the westerly flight paths. When there's easterly winds, the planes are landing over us, and we can also hear the planes taking off because the east wind facilitates the noise of that coming back to us. When there are westerly winds, we are under the takeoff path, and we also then have the Heathrow flights, which are using a turning point near the O2 to get onto their westerly approach as well, so there's a cumulative effect from that. But the London City flights are always low when they're coming past, and they're always loud. Now, most of us are in high-rise flats, and quite a lot of those, fortunately for us, are river-facing, which means they're generally a bit quieter than others might be in that location. And for us, the change of noise when the flights come over is all the more noticeable because the background noise is relatively low. And there are some flats in the newer developments that have got air conditioning, but the bulk of the older flats do not, which means that we must open our windows for fresh air. And increasingly, as it gets warmer and solar gains through the mainly glass buildings heats up the flats, we need to open windows to cool as well. Now, we all knew about the airport when we bought our flat, virtually all of us did, if we did our homework, but we also knew about the trade-off or the balance that both the council and Sir Stephen had talked about, that meant that there was at least a 24-hour period on
on a Saturday afternoon and a Sunday morning, which meant there was respite for flights. And as Sir Stephen said, that if we were planning to use the outside garden or the balconies, then we could do it in those times, knowing that we would have a normal conversation that wasn't interrupted regularly by floods. The statement that I'm making today on behalf of the association is going to focus primarily on air noise and this topic of respite. Now, I've had a bit of a look through the environmental statement that covers the noise. Like most other environmental statements, it's very clinical and theoretical, and for many people, for many other residents, the language is really very inaccessible. And my feeling is that it has made very selective and not always helpful use of statistics in order to build the case that there is a negligible impact on noise. And in highlighting that, I would just simply mention the use of averages, because basically the main measure that is used to back up the claims is an average measure. And averages are fine, they're simple, they're often useful, but they can be very deceptive. The levelizing that goes on within an averaging process masks the variability of the data and the changes within that. And this can lead to oversights of fuel misinformation, poor decisions, and can propagate misleading narratives. And just an example of that is a slightly comical example that I picked up of the man with his head in an oven and his feet in the freezer, but we found on average a comfortable temperature. The extremes are not very dangerous, are masked by the average, and we feel that a lot of the factors relating to noise and its impact on us are masked by this use. And the other problem, certainly for many members of our association, is just even understanding what a logarithmic scale like decibels actually means. And if you look it up, then you get some helpful things that say, well, +3 means ×2, or in terms of sound, +10 can actually be ×10, but if it's another feature of sound, it's actually ×100, depending on whether it's sound pressure or sound intensity. So I would only hope that the inquiry has given sufficient information about these measures to know which of these measures, which of these changes that are being talked about are appropriate and how it relates back to those like us that are affected by this. What do we actually hear? Is it ×2? Is it ×10? Is it ×100? Or do we actually not notice any difference at all? And I'll come back to that a little bit later on. In the process of such a major development as this, it's really important, I think, to ensure that it takes into account the stakeholders' wider concerns. And the stakeholder engagement process should consider and assess also appropriate qualitative and subjective factors, and not just quantitative ones because they're easy to measure. In the language of the environmental statement, I'm a residential receptor, personified here today in front of you. And I'm here officially to represent a few thousand other residential receptors. And I think unofficially I probably represent a few more than that, but I can't claim officially to do that because I haven't spoken to them. And we're also the living examples of those, again, in the language of the environmental statement, who are likely to be annoyed, or likely to be very annoyed by the noise. But having said that, we don't feel that we've been listened to or that our views are reflected in the conclusions of the environmental statement. New Providence Wharf doesn't even feature in the maps that are used in either the environmental statement or London City's annual noise performance reporting. Pickett, Dyke and Allen, who are the consultants that prepare these, are still using the same version of the map that we were using in the 2000s. before New Providence Wharf and much more in the area were built. So we only hope other representation within the information that you've been given actually does take into account the fact that we're there, that we've been there since, some of us since 2004, and that we are a substantially impacted party in this development. Now, although I'm a scientist, I'm not going to make any form of academic response. What I'm trying to say is heavily weighted towards our observations of reality rather than theoretical modelling, which is a key feature of the environmental statement. And hope what I say reflects not only how we're already impacted, but also about our concerns going forward. The noise assessment, we would say that the volume is important, the number of decibels clearly is a feature in that, but it's not just about that. There are other features of noise that are more subjective and that are important. And my own background is most recently 30 years in the energy industry, where we have to deal with a number of different issues. Power cuts is one of them. And the perceived disturbance that not only relates to the duration of the power cut, but also how long it lasts each time and cumulatively, but also importantly to how often it happens and to the distribution pattern of that. Because if you have one big event, then the duration is, say, 48 hours. And that has a very different impact on people than 48 one-hour interruptions. And therefore, the frequency of the event is also really important in understanding the overall impact that it's going to have. But the environmental statement is very heavily weighted on the levelized measures of sound volume alone. And although there are other useful data shown, it doesn't seem to appear to have given them much weighting in the overall assessment. Indeed, I think as was said earlier on today, the assessment of noise impact, air noise impact on residential receptors and the change from a situation A to a situation B is difficult to assess and is a matter of judgment. But we do not see a reflection in what is written of a judgment that takes into account the other elements, and we believe that these other elements are also particularly important with the disputed respite period on Saturday and in the early mornings, and that they will also are relevant to the wider issues of annoyance and sleep disturbance. And just as an example of that, I don't want anyone to call up documents or anything, but as a matter of reference, there are two tables in the environmental statement, chapter 8 on noise, tables 8.36 and 8.38. And these both look at the average frequency of the frequency of the events occurring. And what they show, I believe, are quite tangible impacts and quite significant impacts. So the measure, which is called N65, which means the number of events per day which exceed 65 decibels, a level, what that might mean. But a level which I think the Civil Aviation Authority acknowledges is one that is significant in terms of annoyance. But the table 8.36 shows that those experiencing that level being exceeded will experience it at least 100 times a day. And that the number of people that will affect on a normal day will grow by about 50% in the, what was DC again, the development case compared to the baseline and compared to the minimal development case, so 50% increase. And those experiencing 200 of such events per day on average will increase by 40% compared to the minimum development scenario, and by over 400% compared to the baseline. Now, those are quite significant increases in percentage terms. In absolute terms, they're also significant. It is growing to a level in 2031 where 120,000 people will experience over 100 of those events per day. That's the same as exposing the whole of every single resident of the city of Exeter to that. The second table looks at the weekend period, and there are similar in more significant increases there. So the number experiencing 100 events, even in that limited time period of the weekend, will grow by 150% compared to the minimum development case, and by over 600% compared to the baseline. So that is, those are statistics which are quoted and which we would contend show a very significant impact, but not one that appears to have been weighted in the environmental statement. And one final one, table 8.3.4, is looking at the number of people who will be highly sleep disturbed. That's highly sleep disturbed, not just sleep disturbed, highly sleep disturbed. And it's showing that there's a potential increase of 50% in going from the baseline to the highest level it could achieve. And I hope, I hope it's then saying that the quieter aircraft will mean that could be reduced to less than 10% increase. But the number of people affected are still 6 times the number that currently live in New Providence Wharf. So it's still a significant overall number. There are other important characteristics of noise that are much more difficult to measure. So, irritation, an example of that, probably people rank them in relative terms rather than in absolute terms, but for most people, jet engines are up there. I was going to bring along a blackboard today and scratch my fingernails down it, but I decided that probably wasn't fair on anybody else that was attending. But again, it is a noise with characteristics which are difficult to measure, but are nonetheless very real and very relevant in terms of disturbance. Another one, snoring. Anyone who's been exposed to that will know how easily a snoring noise can disturb other people's sleep. And the fact that we're looking at noise here, which is of an incessant nature, it's many times an hour, every day, every week, and month, year in, year out. This morning also reminded me of another annoying noise, hammering. It wasn't particularly loud, but if you do have loud hammering, it's a short duration, but quite frequent. I would love to know how that would feature on the scale of noise within an environmental statement using only the average over 16 hours of a certain level averaged out as it is. Because hammering, I think most people would agree, does lead to annoyance, but I would be surprised if under that single measure it made any difference. So just some thoughts here about remedy. I think some of the volume issues are at least partially addressed with the proposed use of quieter planes, although there remain questions about how much quieter they actually are. And there's also the proposals for insulation, but I would ask that you look again on the basis not just of that one measure, one contour as to what triggers the eligibility for that, and also what measures that might be available. I don't even know whether New Providence Wharf is eligible for this if we're not on the map. Is it possible that we've been overlooked? Certainly, based on some of the contour maps that I've seen, we should be being considered for something. Certainly those of us who have no air conditioning and have to open windows. But there is little else to really think about for those other factors other than maintaining or reducing the number of early and late flights. Certainly not an increase in them. We would definitely say that the wider noise is helped by having the respite. So maintaining the existing respite from early and late flights, as well as the weekend, is incredibly important. And one idea that I hadn't thought about before, which did get picked up in the environmental statement, was respite that can be achieved by using a variety of different flight paths rather than always the same one, and spreading out the impact rather than focusing it. So I don't know whether there is any option for that, but it doesn't change the other factors. So in conclusion, although a lot of what I represented on behalf of our residents is subjective, it is important, and we would ask you to take it into consideration. And we would ask the inquiry to give more weight to the other factors other than just the levelised volume measures, things like the N65 measurement or something similar. Thinking also about the timing of flights and the need to avoid disturbance and the impact on respite. And even though in absolute terms an increase from 6 to 9 flights in the morning, it's increasing the likelihood that one of them is going to wake us up by 50%. And we would contend that with everything that is going on, and with full consideration given to all of the factors, that we actually are in a situation now where, compared to what Cecile and the council were talking about earlier on, compared to 40 years ago, there is now an increased importance of having a respite period for people like ourselves who are so impacted by this. One other request for you in terms of the site visits that you're carrying out. I hope I misheard earlier on when you were saying you were doing one on Saturday afternoon, because that wouldn't have been particularly representative, but maybe I just misheard. So certainly not do it on Saturday afternoon or Sunday morning, unless you're using that as a baseline of how peaceful it can be in some places. But do make sure that you fully cover off the east and west wind scenarios, because they are different. The takeoff and landing characteristics of the noises are very different. If you want a good place for doing that, then New Providence Wharf will give you a good example of how different the impact is with each of those. And a particular request, if it can be achieved, is that you listen to the difference between the proposed new aircraft and the existing ones, and see whether you can tell which is which from the noise level that is emanating from them, and whether it really, for those of us who haven't been able to do that sort of comparison, and have our minds allayed that these new aircraft are going to be so much quieter. We don't think that they probably are, but it would be important that the inquiry looks into that and makes as much of a quantitative or qualitative assessment of the impact you believe that in mitigating the increased number of flights this is actually going to make. We also request that you consider assessing the impact from high-rise block, rather than just from ground level. Because in a high-rise situation, you don't have all the other ground level things which will be reflecting, diffusing, or changing the noise characteristics, and generally. So we believe that it is a different type of hearing environment. And the old test station, which is near to us on a very busy road in Blackwall, is not necessarily going to give you the same results as you would if you went into look at the high-rise. And considering Tower Hamlets and other parts of London and Greenwich, North Greenwich, have so much high-rise development, that is a new type of receptor compared to the original, and it's one that has grown enormously in recent years. And one final plea is just to keep listening to the affected people or receptors. Thank you.
Mr. Humphreys, any questions?
No, excuse me, wasn't proposing to ask questions of Mr. McLean already. Anyone else on the basis that we're going to deal with these things in a lot of detail in the next week, including NC65 and kind of things. And today's very much opportunity for people to come and talk to you directly rather than me to ask questions.
Okay. Just in terms of some of your last comments about the site visit, we are doing Saturday afternoon just so we can understand the current experience for the local residents. So that is, I think you called it baseline. So yeah, that's how you just to see what it's like now on Saturday afternoon, just so we can understand that. So that was the purpose of that. I'll have a look at some of the other requests that you made as well, and we'll try and take them on board where possible. So appreciate your very good attention to that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next I've got Elizabeth here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Gary, and before I even start, I would say I'm against the application, and I'm here today to present myself and my entire household, which includes young children. So in addition to what everyone has said today, those that are against it, it's like when they talk, they actually speak in my mind. Okay, sorry, I did make short notes.
Just take your time.
Yeah. Right. Some noise insulations were installed for us. When they were being installed, we advised that because at first they said get double glazing, which we did. And later they started installing noise insulator, something like that. When we should turn them on and lock our windows. So with that, with insulation, we get fresh air that we don't need to open our windows. But it was like during summertime, we're in the oven with the windows shut. And even with the insulation, the noise is like, no difference, with the insulation on. So with the expansion they are applying for now, if that is allowed, it means definitely there won't be sleep for anyone. Someone like me, I can't say that not being able to sleep is a cause of my developing hypertension. I wouldn't say that's what it is, but since I moved near the airport, that was when I was being diagnosed as having that condition, because I'll be sleeping and that noise wakes me up. Definitely I can't go back to sleep. Each time I hear the noise, it's not that I don't fly, I fly, but at least when you're when you're on the aircraft, you don't hear the noise. But when you're outside, you do. Each time I hear the sound of a plane at home, I get panic attack. Because it's like, oh no, this noise again, so things like that is like having to expand, telling us that yes, we have to move out, but where do we move to? I know it is, I know that it's bringing benefits to the community, to Newham Council and all that, but what about the residents that live near the airport? What consideration do they have for us? Because all is about profit at the end of the day. They're making profits at the expense of the residents. So this should be thought carefully and things should be done about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, you don't have to give your full address, but just whereabouts do you live near the airport, just so I've got an idea?
I'm like about 5 minutes away from the airport.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Chris Joseph.
My name is Chris Joseph. I live at the coalface, if you like, quite near to the airport. I've been living in the Beckton area on and off for 20 years. I've witnessed the expansion of the airport way above the original scope. It started with 34,000 aircraft movements, I believe. And after several ownerships, it's increased to over 100,000. And yet another increase to 9 million passengers. And this is from 6.5 million passengers, with even more noise pollution. This will completely ruin residents' weekends, all to increase the profits of a Canadian pension fund, and dump yet again on the little guy trying to get some sort of quality of life in this airport misery. In the surrounding area, you can smell the airplanes burnt fuel. You can smell the burnt fuel pollution levels, which are toxic. Walking around the streets, you can smell airport burnt fuel. When you arrive at Royal Albert Station, which I use regularly, pungent smell of burnt fuel is very acute. Pollution is horrendous, which wafts over the local area. Noise from the airport wakes you in the mornings, and you have to pause conversations while the airport takes off, where the airplanes takes off. Watching TV, you miss some of the dialogue, which is intolerable, especially during rush hour. Residents have no way of stopping the air and noise pollution, barring objecting to any expansion, which big business always seems to get their way. Locals are ignored, and the quality of life further diminished every expansion. When will the small guy be listened to, and big business show that it's not right to diminish people's quality of life? This airport, owned by a Canadian pension fund, would like to also increase their coffers with this latest expansion. The locals have to suffer because they want a better pension fund, which is a borrow. This airport should never have been built in a heavily built up area. This airport was for business because of its proximity to Canary Wharf and London City. Now, holiday destinations are a big part of the mix. Given the climate is in sharp focus, and many regions are trying to reduce pollution, giving rise to ULEZ and other climate controls. Why do we have the hypocrisy of the airport being exempt from reducing pollution? More flights, more pollution. Newham Council are charging a car permit level of residents' vehicles, depending on their engine size. And as the pollution reduction measure, meanwhile, the airport has the audacity to ruin any pollution reduction by increasing flights and pollution with this expansion. It's madness. Less polluting and quiet planes is the airport's answer to expansion. But the pungent smell of burnt fuel and loud aircraft is still there because you can never suppress the pollution. These years of broken promises and expansion, we have a very small grace period at weekends when the airport starts later and finishes earlier to give residents some sort of respite at weekends. When most folk try and enjoy their time off work, and the airport owners want to take this away with the last kick in the teeth to the small guy who tries to have some sort of quality of life living around the airport. With the arrival of the Elizabeth line and a journey time of only 1 hour to Heathrow, City Airport need not exist. We now have an extensive rail coverage to our main hub airports. We should beg the question, why on earth should City Airport cause the misery the local residents in such close proximity to the runway and high impact zone? I'm just a local guy, thank you for listening, and just fed up with living in such misery around it.
Thank you very much. And I don't have any questions for you. Thank you. If you just put the microphone down, it'll be fine. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Right, next we have Vadilo. I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly.
I hope it's working. It's my name is Radu, and I live in Bow. I represent myself. It's in Canada, that's probably 20 minutes away from here walking, so it's not too far. I've been living in the area since December 2011, and when I moved in, obviously the London City Airport was already here, so it's not something new, but by far it was different. It was smaller, there were basically less aircraft movements, dispersed flight paths. I think you can hear like the old planes here and there, but it wasn't anything like annoying. Moving fast forward to 2016, when basically MCY expanded, and they've concentrated their flight paths without any meaningful consultation or any consultation with the public, at least from my understanding. And I hope we can agree that probably most of us are here due to the flight path concentration. The fact that we've flown over and over and over without any respite besides the 24-hour window on the weekends. There's a really interesting report called PBM Implementation Benchmarking Review, which was accepted by and published by Heathrow in April 2022. If I may read a passage from there, it says, LCY generated extensive criticism for a relatively low level of engagement around flight path changes to introduce PBM. There were no public meetings, standardized community events, or engagement with local authorities. Also, no written communications were targeted at the affected areas. According to the same report, the complaints from the airport regarding noise have increased fourfold post 2016. Also in 2016, permission, I think, my understanding is, was granted to accept the runway, so to cater for bigger and noisier aircrafts. So we have a triple one. We have more planes, bigger planes, flying the same areas over and over again. And we live under a double flight path. So we have Heathrow planes on top, which requires FCY planes for just safety reasons to fly low across vast areas of London. So the fact that some people are further away from the airport doesn't really stay there, if that makes sense, just because the places are so low. I've attended one of the noise action plan 2024-2028 meetings by the airport, and I'm speaking with one of their representatives, about the plan, and that representative agreed that probably the airport did not expect the outrage from the local residents when they flightbacks were concentrated in 2016, and resulting to, I quote, noise ghettos forming in different parts of the local areas. It's been possibly 8 years now. We're just at the end of 2023. Nothing has been done. Flightbacks are still concentrated. The same people are flown over. The airport is expanding. Movements are expanding every year. It's just becoming a bit insanity, to be fair. Early morning flights, that's something I just want to mention. I think a lot of people before you mentioned it. Although I think as numbers they don't sound that much, and I do agree. That's part of the day where it's probably the quietest. It's not even the night flight, it's really early morning times where you are still asleep or just woken up and doing something at home. And I have to say personally, that's one of the main reasons I'm here, because they wake me up almost every single day. And it's this roaring kind of very high severity noise that is quite brutal, to be honest. And I don't know if the airport understands the fact that not everyone can control their circadian rhythms and sleep schedules. There are shift workers, there's caregivers, so it's not as easy as going to bed early. Sometimes it doesn't work like that. To be fair, I have multiple videos sharing video and audio with this inquiry has been, I think, quite challenging. There was a lot of criteria that had to be met, etc. More than happy to send anyone else. I think what some people suggested, just when it's quiet outside, especially in the early morning hours, distinction of this high severity noise is just brutal. About the weekend flights, that's something I want to mention as well. The area Riley is under, I think, the Western, if I'm correct, departure path. So basically, the 24-hour window is the only consistent respite. Depending on the winds, we have some, I think, basically it's about 30% of the average per annum. But more or less, that doesn't happen. It's still around 30%. And my point is, the 24-hour respite is kind of the regular respite that we have for sure. One thing that I was actually thinking just last night is, if you think about it, London City Airport is called London City for a reason, isn't it? It's not the people airport, the East Lyon Airport, or East London Airport. Its main purpose was business travel and serving city and Canary Wharf later on. But I think it was mentioned before me as well. If you think about it now from East London, there's so many options for non-business travel. 1 hour on the business line, Heathrow, 45 minutes on the bus, Stansted, 45 minutes on the train, Southend, and there's other airports across London. So my point is there are alternatives, and I don't think that business travel is increasing as much. There's an article in Forbes that says, it may go to pre-pandemic level, so I just can't see the need for that. A quick thing I want to mention is about physical and mental health and the impact of noise. I'm not a medical professional, just to clear that up. It's just I like reading, and obviously noise is something that I'm really passionate about. There was I can say that I think it was a document produced by a lady who is the chair of the Science and Technology Committee of the House of Lords. And if I can just quote one sentence, it says she's talking about both noise and light pollution in general, which is saying not only can day, noise and light pollution cause annoyance, impacting quality of life, but through the disturbance of sleep and circadian rhythms, so they really early morning flights. Both noise and light pollution can contribute to heart disease and premature death. Great. I just want to add that East London is, as you probably see, East London is really rejuvenating in recent years. There's so many high rises were mentioned as well before me. A lot of them are being built, so many people are moving to the area. It's becoming a really great place to be in. And I just wonder what's the social cost of LCY supplies on that. The people that are overflow are going to increase in magnitudes. Probably one thing I want to mention, I'm not sure if it's kind of discussed a lot, but the financial impact of soundproofing your home, which is what I had to do in order to make it to a livable condition. So I hired an acoustician. To be fair, I didn't know that was a profession before my research, but it is. So the recommendation was to change the glazing. I already had double glazing, so it's relatively recent. It wasn't that old, but it's not soundproof. So now it's stage 1. It's changing the windows to double acoustic lamination. So something actual that can make a change. I think the lady before me mentioned as well that what I think there was a change. It was not as successful. I know this one I'm told are supposed to be better. With more optimal solutions in the bedrooms, I have 2 bedroom flats, and less optimal solutions for the living room and the kitchen due to cost issues. That thing, after 6 months of research, bargaining with companies, etc., cost me £17,784.89.
Sorry, could you just say that again?
Yes, £17,784.89. And that's once again, that's not an optimal solution, that's an acceptable solution. Basically better in the bedrooms just because of the early morning flight, and less optimal in the living room and kitchen. There has to be, according to the professional, there has to be like in the loft, because I have a split. The loft has to be insulated with acoustic mineral pool, I believe, so that would be an additional cost. My point with that is, in the cost of living crisis and with rising, food bills, energy bills, etc. I personally, if I had the option, I would have spent almost 20 grand on that, but my physical and mental health is more important. And I live in a development where there's a lot of elderly people, like vulnerable citizens, who I assume some of them would like to be here today, just physically come. None of them is going to do that, to deal with that hassle, and especially the cost. I just want to second what was said about noise. Because by profession I'm a statistician and I just love numbers. So the fact that the decibels of the logarithmic scale makes a massive difference, and providing averages, it's just to be fair, it's meaningless with this high severity noise that you hear from planes. Where I live, I have an app on my smartphone, so I'm not saying it's the best way to measure noise. But where if I'm outside in kind of the communal gardens and flight path is just over us. It goes to 70-75 decibels, which is quite a noisy environment. I just want to say, the fact that the flight paths are concentrated definitely means, we've gone over and over and over again. And one last thing is just the overall public response. I mean, you've probably seen, as far as I remember from the NEOM inquiry, more than 95% of the public is objecting the expansion. All the affected London boroughs are objecting the expansion. Multiple councils are objecting the expansion. Multiple MPs are objecting the expansion. I think we have the privilege to live in one of the best democracies in the world, and I think the public clearly rejects LCY expansion. And honestly, I can't comprehend why we're even here. Thank you. Appreciate it. And then we'll share the transfer with you.
Yeah, exactly. The name of the document you created from it.
I'll send it. I'll attach it as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Next, then we have Jackie Lay.
Hello everyone. I've got got a transcript, so I'm happy to share that afterwards. I've written an impact statement because I wanted to be sure that I covered all the points that I really wanted to get across today. I'm really pleased to see that there's a number of people who come out, just general residents that want to get their voice heard for once. My name is Jackie Laidler, and I am here today representing an area that's 3 miles from the airport. I live in Thamesmead. I'm south of the river. Something that I've heard a lot of people talking about today is local residents, and I just want to remind the panel that the planes from the city fly across 16 miles. I'm as local to City Airport as somebody that may live at the bottom of the runway. Thamesmead is quite unique. We've got 5 lakes, we've got 7 kilometres of canals, we've got 240 hectares of space, green space and park area. So it's a town that has grown considerably over the decades, and we've now got 45,000 residents across Thamesmead. My partner bought his house before the airport opened, so we've lived there 36 years. The airport opened then for limited business flights, so a limited impact for us. It's now unrecognisable as a business airport, as already been said, the majority of passengers fly for leisure. In all that time, we're now retired. Yet we can't enjoy the peace and tranquility we worked hard for. Thanks to the deafening noise from the increasing number of flights that are below 2,000 feet over our house. So I wondered if I was just becoming more sensitive, if I was imagining that there were more and more planes. As I talked to neighbours, they also felt that there'd been an increase. We all felt that it had become intolerable. But we all felt powerless to do anything. We heard back in July that Newham Council had refused the LCA planning permission to expand, and quite frankly, we were affected. Last, we felt assured that we wouldn't have to endure even more disturbance. With the current volume of arrivals and departures, we all feel the quality of our life has been impacted. I now use apps. I've only been using them for a few months, but I check on the decibels and the destinations. So I know that most of the low-flying flights are to City Airport, and that they are over my house between 70 to 80 decibels. We'll point out at this moment that I'm a mile away from the LCY permanent monitor. So I'm just a mile away from that. And the other day I checked it, and as a plane went over, I could check on the app that it was definitely to do with London City Airport. It was 77.7 decibels. So if anyone wants to say, you can't trust an app, I'm actually, the 77.7 I screenshotted. I'm happy to share if anyone disputes that. That's how loud they are in Thamesmead, according to London City Airport's own measurement. So how has this impacted us? Well, we can't socialise in our gardens anymore, like other people have said. You can't hold a conversation without being drowned out by the thundering noise as the planes go by, with sometimes up to 10 planes per hour at those busy times. It's actually quite embarrassing when you've got people come over to visit and they can't believe that we're under the flight path in southeast London. Surely it's only Newham that's affected. The noise breaks your concentration. You can't even sit quietly in the garden to read a book. In fact, even if you're sitting in the house, you're still hearing the noise of the planes. My well-being gets further disturbed because I'm just regularly interrupted by the thunder and the noise. When I take my weekly walks around the canals, feed the many swans and geese we've got in the area, So I'm constantly reminded that I'm under the flight path. Although retired, we still have an alarm clock. Because when those planes start flying low from 6:30 in the morning, they're waking us up, and it's very hard to get back to sleep after that. And as already been mentioned, even when you're watching TV, there's a thunder of up to 80 decibels blocks out dialogue. We currently have to wait till Saturday afternoon to snatch a precious 24-hour window of peace. The planes start up again almost on the dot of 12:30 on Sunday, just in time to sit down and enjoy your Sunday roast. So in fact, meal times are the worst, with up to 60 planes flying during the 6 hours of breakfast, lunch and dinner. How do I know this? Oh, I've recently seen an aircraft traffic survey for my area. It's using ADPS data. It clearly states that between pre-COVID 2019 and August 2023, there appears to have been changes made to the overflying activity that are highly likely to have increased the noise and visual impact. Residential receptors was a key phrase that I picked up from COVID. So that report shows me that pre-COVID it was 2.5, but it's now 4 flights per hour that are flying below 3,000 feet. It was 6, but it's now 10 hours a day when we get more than 4 flights per hour. It was 4, but it's now 7 flights that are 7 to 8 a.m. The number of flights around 10 a.m. has doubled, according to the stats. In August, we had 3,085 planes flying overhead. Some days we had nearly 120 flights. The greater volume of those were at City Airport. How do I know? Because they're flying below 2,000 feet over my house. Sometimes I'm recording that they're flying 1,500 feet. It's clear from the data we experience more frequent low-flying flights around meal times when we are most likely to be socialising. I was shocked when I looked at the data because on the 10th of August, between 6 and 7 p.m, we had 13 flights in 1 hour flying below 1,945 feet. And they were recording between 39 to 43 seconds of noise in each occasion. And that was over the mile radius of my home. If City Airport are ever given permission to encroach further on early morning, late evening, or more weekend flights, Thamesmead and all other towns impacted by the noise, the pollution, and the ill health will be devastated. City Airport do nothing to engage with the local community outside of E16 to find out if other areas are impacted by their presence. I found it hard to find who to complain to, even at my local council, which is Bexley, but more people are waking up to this issue and more will come as I spread the word. Opposition to this appeal is much bigger than I think the airport hoped. It shows the strength of feeling that enough is enough. I've got a couple of other points that I want to make based on hearing what other people have had to say today. I echo the comment, visiting the sites, please do it during peak times. The averaging out is a total nonsense if you're comparing the hours when the planes don't fly or when there's maybe 1 or 2 in that hour. When I'm getting 10 to 15 planes in an hour, that's the time I'd like to be out assessing the volume. And finally, I will say I'm not convinced that the new generation of planes are going to be any quieter. So I think that that's just an easy get-out clause to say it'll all be better when we get these quieter planes, because I don't believe it at all. I've been told before by City Airport, Swiss airplanes are quieter. They hardly fly. Compared to BA City Flyer, they're hardly in the sky. So I'm just not convinced that any new generation plane in the near future is going to have less impact on us. I want my carbon back. I want my piece back. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you for that. I don't actually think you've answered. Yeah, you've answered all. So thank you for your time today. Thank you. Okay, next is June Pial. No, okay, sorry. Paul Sanders. No. Oh, right, sorry, okay. Missed the
Blend the tube strikes.
missed the WhatsApp, so I'm sorry for that. So you can introduce yourself, Sarah.
Sure, so my name is Lloyd Johnson, I am the chairman of the Union Chamber of Commerce. So I'm not here to speak about noise and nuisance, as that's not within the remit of the chamber. But I'm here to speak on behalf of business within the borough. And as the executive team, the chamber support the proposals of the airport. The jobs that are created by the airport over recent years have been a great support to the community. With a large amount of the employment being a portion of well-paid jobs for local residents. With the work they do in the STEM areas, which is engineering for young people, and when speaking to the mayor recently, talking about how she would like to create an environment where young people want to come back to Europe after going off to education to get well-paid jobs. I think City Airport is a fantastic opportunity that they have. The Meet the Mile event that they run every year annually, last year supported £5.2 million worth of business. That's business to business related work within the borough, which I think is a fantastic opportunity. Every business must keep evolving in order to keep at the forefront of their field. In order to support the extension, it's key for infrastructure and for others to be comfortable with the level of investment that we're putting into the airport in order to overall improve it. Newham is a growing borough, and in the time that I've been the chair for the last 10 years, we've seen so much change. Not many boroughs concerned about the airport within the demands and advantages that the airport brings with international business to us. So to finally just say that the chamber supports the airport.
Okay, did either the council or can have any questions? No, no, thank you.
Can you hear me? On the question of X-ray, I don't know.
So what's your name? Sorry, we changed the order.
I only learned about this recently, this meeting, which I find a bit worrying, that it's not being well publicised. And I met the lady, Jackie, that spoke before about the gentleman today. And she's covered most of the things that I would like to have said. And she's got more information than what I've got. And as I said, it was only came into my sphere on Facebook. So that's one thing, that it affects 16 boroughs. And as far as I can see, the majority of people here today are very local. And I live in Bexley in DA5. I've lived there for 42 years. And up until the airport was opened in 87, which was supposed to be for business purposes, so we didn't have many flights. And it wasn't that invasive. But over the years, it's got more and more, and they get lower and lower, and it's very polluting the atmosphere with noise and the air quality, which brings to the front of the ULEZ that's now in operation, which is a contradiction to enabling the airport to be expanded, because these people that want to expand the airport and put more pollution in the air, which aircraft are the most highly polluting travel, mode of travel. We've now got the Elizabeth line, that someone has already spoken about, that serves Heathrow Airport quite easily. And this idea about the jobs, well, there's loads of jobs available in London that aren't filled, and we're having to import people from abroad to fill those jobs. So the idea of needing this economy to be expanded in the city at the expense of residents, which is a very highly densely populated area, who not enjoying their weekends. And if I'd have been on the planning committee when you first allowed it to happen, I would certainly not have just given 24-hour respite. I would have said Saturdays and Sundays since it was a business hub, not to be used for holiday travel, which is now being used for and being expanded further. With the expansion of Biggin Hill, I'm in my garden in summer and I can't hear, and I'm on the outskirts, right by the M25. And as far as I can see, this is just an economy to the economy. It doesn't take into account the damage to this densely populated area of the M25. I've just been saddled with the ULEZ, where they've got to pay to travel if their car doesn't meet the emissions test. So if anyone on this planning committee was to approve this, I would be very angry, and I'm sure people in my own area, I don't feel they're being represented by Bexley Council, unless somebody's been here before, I don't know. But I have emailed my MP yesterday, and obviously he probably hasn't read it to see what, if anyone's going to be representing the borough. But I know that the flight path is DA5, and with this expands, it'll be covering other areas of Bexley. So it is an area part, and I think this is the way that it's been got away with, because we're not being represented. It's not just affecting the people who are right on top of it, it affects people on the outer Louth boroughs as well, because the planes are being diverted from Biggin Hill and Gatwick. And every few minutes in the summer, and it's early mornings and it's late at night. And to say that from lunchtime Saturday until Sunday lunchtime is a disgrace. It's not enough, because you can't hear anything in your garden. And the particles that come with that. I've noticed on my car, things coming out of the air. Well, there's only one way it's coming, and it's got to be from the air above us. So for me, if Sadiq Khan is involved in this, I would hope that he would be against it, because it's been against the cars travelling. And, it would be a contradiction in terms to allow this expansion. I just think that I've covered most of what I want to say, that everybody else has already mentioned most of what I've got to say, but I don't think that the reason for to expand the economy is good enough at the expense of people's health and pleasure. I think it's a disgrace.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify for you, so the council refused permission for this in July 23, so early this year. And our role here, we are from the planning inspectorate, so the City Airport have appealed that decision, as is their right. We're here, we're appointed as independent planning inspectors to review the evidence from all the sides involved. We will write a report of recommendation that will go to the Secretary of State for the levelling up and transport. Secretary of State as well, and they'll make the ultimate decision. I know that there have been a number of boroughs that have objected as well. There is a lot of information online. If you want to have a look at and that and see what's been said, but I just thought I'd clarify our role in this today for you.
I couldn't hear you very well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's so hard to tell.
Right, okay, I'll try and see.
I couldn't hear any of it, what it said on the microphone.
Right, okay, I'll take that on board.
As I say, reiterate and reinforce that the Elizabeth line serves very well, and it's the less polluting mode of transport. And if they hadn't got rid of the docks, we wouldn't have had all the airplanes. So, and then people would be moaning about the pollution. And it is, I think I did read somewhere that it's the third most densely populated area
where there is airport. And I don't know how they put it there in the first place. Because Gatwick and Heathrow were set up not in a residential area to start with. It's, you know, it's just for business people. It's not for people that actually live in the area. Because they're served with plenty of transport facilities. And there's loads of people like looking to employ people, they can't fill vacancies. So through the job prospects, they're only thinking about themselves.
Thank you
That's
very
what
much.
we should.
Your time. Appreciate it. Okay. Paul Sanders. You could just use a microphone when you set up. Thank you.
Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll read from this festival. Firstly, I'd like to say that I'm not against City Airport. I use City Airport. This is both for business and also for personal travel. I like the fact that there are specific flying times, and these times have never caused me a problem as a business or for fun, really. City Airport, however, as I remember it, was for originally 87, was for proper planes only, so it's for small planes. And then it's for Whisper jets, and now we have very large planes. I fly them on especially for British Airways. So I should have said first of all, I live on the Royal Arsenal site, which is opposite, adjacent to the runway. And from previous speakers, I have total sympathy for people from Thamesmead, as they are fully underneath the flight path, and it is terrible. It is very, very bad. If there was an increase in traffic, the only respite that we do get from where I am is in the afternoon. And there's an embarrassment that someone said that when you invite people around who don't live in the area, you're almost apologising for actually them being at your property, enjoying a sunny Sunday afternoon, or sorry, Saturday morning. So on a Sunday afternoon it'd be terrible, or Saturday afternoon it'd be terrible. Okay, just carry on. Promises are always made about quieter planes, and they never are, they just get bigger. Engagement by City Airport is appalling, as it has always seemed to me that they are secure people because they do not want to be challenged with desires to expand. This has been the case since City Airport opened. Just to say, from where I live, I've been there for 20 years, and I've never, ever once, not once, received a letter asking about expansion. And the only reason I'm here today really is because I met with John some time ago, and I've been copied on some emails. For me, it's not just about the takeoff and the landing noise, it's also about the powering up, ready to take off noise, which is an incredibly intense noise sometimes, and sometimes for far too long. As I said, I've been on the planes, I use the planes, sometimes from City Airport, and I've been on the planes and they power up, and they power up, and they power up, and they're waiting obviously from traffic control to give them the power to, they're okay to go. And you're sitting there with such a amount of noise, it's just ridiculous, with no thought for the local residents whatsoever. Interesting, the gentleman said before, the Providence will visit on the map or within, being requested, because they are directly underneath the Skyfly path, which is just coming west of the runway. I'm surprised about that, but that doesn't surprise me entirely because, as I say, for someone who lives in the Royal Arsenal site, I've never been requested. The longer operating times and the greater number of flights being packed to myself and all across the Royal Arsenal and Thamesmead and those that live in Newham, Tower Hamlets and the many other boroughs that this affected, that simply can't it be thought would be increased. This is an increasingly populated area. Now the argument could always be made that, was the airport there before the buildings were built? Obviously, clearly the answer is yes, in many instances it is. However, properties need to be built and there's lands available. So there needs to be that balance drawn, and I believe the balance is typically in the favour of the city airport, not in the local residents. Trying to wear many hats here, I suppose. I can't see that there could be a different flight path made because the planes need to approach the short runway straight on, either a west or easterly direction. It's basically the expansion of times, the flight and the expansion of flight numbers, it just will affect too many people. And obviously there is a green issue that everyone's talking about now. I personally have children, and I suppose it's like what we say, use the planes, we should always think about green issues. However, what I'm saying is, the flight times I'm using at the moment, I just work around them. If I'm going to be flying early for business, we still need to do sometimes, then I'll simply use that. It means I can't fly back on a Saturday afternoon, but that doesn't bother me. I'll just fly back on a Sunday or something like that, like Sunday or Monday. It doesn't really worry me. And I don't see that the expansion is going to be brilliant for business. I just don't understand that. If business flights wants to fly, there's been the expansion also that is happening just down the road at Biggin Hill. We do have the Elizabeth line in Woolwich that's serving very, very quickly to Heathrow. We do have Crossrail, overground that will get you to Luton Airport. We can easily get to Gatwick. I'd say enough is enough for the airport. I'm not anti the airport, but to expand blights too many lives. And there has to be that balance drawn. I think the balances will be tipped in favour of the airport rather than its local residents. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Okay, we've got then for Redbridge, Councillor Joe Blackman.
Hi, I'm Jo Blackman. I'm a councillor for Wanstead Village Ward, and I'm also a cabinet member for the Environment and Sustainability in the London Borough of Redbridge. So I'm speaking here today not as an expert on noise or flight paths or aircraft. I'm here speaking here today on behalf of residents of the London Borough of Redbridge and to share the council's perspective on the proposed expansion. So as outlined in our statement that we put forward to the planning inquiry and also previous objections submitted, Redbridge Council is concerned about the profound noise and environmental impacts that these proposals will have on residents of Redbridge, particularly those living under the concentrated flight paths. For this reason, we submitted formal objections to the plans at every opportunity. We also signed a joint letter with other cabinet members I did from London boroughs of Lewisham, Waltham Forest, Southwark, Greenwich, Havering and Hackney. And I think that really shows the strength of feeling that there is on this issue across the impacted boroughs. And I spoke also to cabinet members in Waltham Forest and Lewisham who were particularly impacted, and they said they were sorry they couldn't make it today, but did ask me to pass on the strength of feeling that they have, their councils have, and they have personally on behalf of their residents about the issue. So in terms of Redbridge and my ward of Wanstead Village, we're situated about sort of 5 to 7 miles north of the airport, but the flight path is concentrated over a number of wards in the borough, particularly my ward of Wanstead Village, also Clayhall and Barkingside, as you go sort of west to east across the borough. Although I must say there is a lack of clarity about the planned potential future flight paths associated with these expansion plans, means that there may well be other areas in Redbridge that are impacted by these plans, but it's not necessarily currently clear from what's in the public domain which areas those would be. Increasing the passenger numbers from 6.5 million to 9 million and increasing flying times on the Saturday
and early morning would clearly be unacceptable for our residents. These are really the times when it's most intrusive, particularly early and in the day and late in the day, or on Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning, as we've heard from many of the other impacted residents. And they've, paid tribute to how well they articulated the impact it's having on them. In Redbridge, residents are already raising concerns about the impact of the flights and have been really clear that they oppose these expansion plans. The plans also don't need to take into account the cumulative impact in terms of the existing flight paths that we have from other airports across the borough. I do, echo many of the points raised earlier about the loss of the respite period. That's clearly been part of previous permissions that the airport has had, and as Stephen Timms articulated so well, was really fundamental to the original conception of the airport. And I think things haven't changed to say that is less needed now. If anything, that is more needed, as we've heard from the residents that articulated earlier about the impact it's had on them and the expansion that we've seen over recent years. And our residents have made clear that they believe that the expansion would further impact noise pollution and air quality and adversely impact their health and quality of life. And I think, it's often best when we hear those views directly from the residents, as we have done earlier. So I did want to share some quotes that I've had from residents about this issue to really bring it to life in a way that more than reading about decibels and noise surveys on a screen can do. So I'm just going to share some of those now. As one resident said, we've been here 10 years and this summer has been unbearable. We no longer sit outside and close all the windows and doors. We will move if it continues. Another resident said, the early starts wake me up and the noise prohibits normal conversation outside. Another one said, if things are going to expand, they will only get worse and they are unbearable already. Wanstead used to be a nice, quiet suburb, but not anymore. What really annoys us is that the one quiet refuge for humans and wildlife, Wanstead Park, now has dozens of flights roaring overhead every hour. Not only is this environmentally unsound, but it's not good for human health either. Off-peak and weekends are the only time we get any respite from the drone of aircraft overhead, jangling the nerves and setting the dogs barking throughout the day. And those are just some of the quotes I've had, and I've got many more residents I've spoken to who also shared similar stories of the impact on them. Redbridge has also got substantial housing growth targets, as many boroughs have in this part of London. These are set out in Redbridge's local plan up to 2030, and they include a target of 17,237 new homes for the borough, planned for development largely in investment and growth areas in our key town centres across the borough. So we're not just talking about the impact on existing residents, but also on the anticipated population growth associated with housing growth in our investment and growth corridors. We're also concerned about the noise and emission impacts upon sensitive areas such as our historic parks and gardens, medical centres, hospitals and tall buildings. And I want to talk a bit about the impact on Epping Forest, which I think should be considered too. So I'm a trustee of the Epping Forest Heritage Trust, and I know that there are specific concerns that they have and others who care about the forest in relation to the impact of the expansion there. So Epping Forest is a special area of conservation, an SAC, and it's also a site of special scientific interest, a SSSI. This means that it's an internationally important site that is afforded the highest level of protection due to its habitats and species that are vulnerable or rare and under threat. It's known particularly for its beech trees and its wet and dry heaths, and for its population of stag beetles. It's an area that would be certainly adversely impacted by wall flights, noise and air pollution, as well as emissions. In fact, in relation to emissions and climate change, which we know is exacerbated by flights and emissions, this is already impacting the ecology of the forest, with changes in weather patterns, drier summers and warmer winters. Ponds are drying up and more pests are surviving in warmer winters, which all poses a threat to the ecosystem in the forest. More generally, I know there has been points made in relation to the argument that there'll be a new generation of aircraft and the fleet will be much quieter. I think we share some of the scepticism expressed earlier about how realistic this is. We also believe that this shouldn't be used to offset a greater number of aircraft flying over the borough for longer hours, but if it is achievable, it should be used to alleviate the disturbance that our residents are facing already, rather than to increase the volume going through the airports. We also share residents' concerns about the impact on emissions and the detrimental effects on climate change. Our borough has suffered from more extreme weather events in recent years, including droughts and flooding. And we believe climate change is obviously having both global and local impacts, and that's what we're seeing in Redbridge. So, in summary, along with many of the other councils I referenced at the start, Redbridge Council opposes the expansion proposals because of the detrimental effect of noise and air pollution on health and well-being of residents in the borough, as well as the wider climate impacts. I hope these concerns will be taken into account. I thank the inquiry for giving me the opportunity to present these views today, and also like to thank Hackam East for all the work they do in articulating and making accessible a very complicated and technical area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you send us a copy of your transcript? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, and then we've got Rob Callender.
Hello, I am Rob Canada, and I'm speaking as co-chair and on behalf of Newham Green Party, but also as a local resident who lives in North Woolwich, in fact just a couple of hundred metres from the eastern end of the runway. So, to start off, just to point out that the Newham Green Party have written to the Planning Inspectorate and also the Original Planning Committee to object to this application and against this appeal. And part of the reason is the airport's own consultations have revealed that the majority of residents and people affected are opposed to the extension of these flights. As a resident who's moved into where I live 5 years ago, I was well aware that the airport was there and that it would be noisy, especially where I lived so close to the runway. But of course, we moved there knowing that there was a respite time available to us, and that was expected to be there as long as the airport was running. There would always be that respite time available. And equally, residents who were already in place when the airport opened, were told there would be this respite time and only be operating at certain hours, and of course, if this permission is granted, all of that will effectively be torn up. And it will leave residents with no mitigation, so their lives will just be getting worse, and there will be nothing done to improve it. I know the airport has, often things like double glazing and things like that. I rent privately, and my landlord has not taken that facility up, whether it be lack of awareness or they just don't want the disruption or whatever. It's not always available to the residents, to the actual people that live there rather than the people that own the properties. And just talking about, first of all, just talking about sort of personal impacts, about things like the noise. We have the noise of, obviously, the direct noise of the airport, the aeroplanes landing, taking off, which obviously is very loud. If you've got the window open in the summer, you can't hear what's on the TV or on the radio when those planes are taking off. Equally, if you're working from home on Zoom, you definitely have to mute your mic when planes are taken off so close to your window, and that obviously can impact if you're actually trying to speak at that moment in time in your meeting. And it's not just taking off and landing, it's also the taxiing noise, various other noises as the aircraft prepare, but it's also ground vehicles on the airport property. For those of us that live that close, we can hear all the ground vehicles moving around all the time. So although they are still ground movements on the weekends when there's no flights, they're rehearsing or checking the runway condition or Obviously, the more flights there are, the more ground vehicle movements there will be. There's even noises like bird scarers. There's a bird scarer device or vehicle that drives around making some very strange noises sometimes to scare the birds. And obviously, that can startle you quite a lot. So in terms of the official reasons for objecting, so the main one is noise, as I've just mentioned. We're discussing an expansion that will exacerbate disruption to residents who are already severely impacted by noise and pollution, noise pollution from the airport. This can cause significant disruption to sleep and create real mental and emotional distress to people affected by this noise. The proposal will only add to these negative effects, replacing a much-needed respite with further disturbance, leading to a clear new material noise impact. Promises around the less noisy planes are really not worth the paper or the paper that is written on, or the breath used to make such promises. The reduction of 3 dB is only fairly noticeable to the human ear anyway, when you've already got such a loud noise. Small reductions like that won't make any difference to most people's experience of living under the flight path or near the airport operations. And that's the main noise impact. And then, of course, another reason we need to reject is air pollution. London City Airport is one of the worst boroughs in London, and in fact, one of the local authorities across the UK in terms of air pollution and its effect on the population. There's over 100 people who die every year in the borough due to toxic air, and more flights will only make this worse. And in 2016, the High Court ruled the government should reduce people's exposure to unequal levels of air pollution. So obviously, having things like this expanding is not going to be able to do that. The proposals are not compatible with that ruling. And Londoners will have to unnecessarily endure unsafe air pollution levels for longer than is necessary as a result. Another thing that will be made worse by these extended flight hours is traffic on the local roads. There's only 4 roads that really lead to the airport. You've got roads through Custom House, roads through Beckton, roads through North Woolwich, where I am, and roads through Silvertown. So all the traffic running through these roads is only going to get worse. Obviously, we'll also add more capacity constraints onto Docklands Light Railway and other transport modes. More further reasons we need to be considered. And also policy. So you've got Newham Council's own climate action plan, which has a goal of getting to net zero by 2045, will be utterly undermined by these proposals. As Greens, we can't really see how any of these proposals are consistent with that, or indeed other aspects of Newham's local plan as well for planning. And of course, whilst it's not directly a planning concern, any airport expansion like this in the middle of a climate emergency is dangerous, and it's only going to further reduce demand for more flights. The planet is burning around us, there's flooding and changes to weather patterns as a result of climate change, and there will be no justification while this is going on for this expansion. There's also a housing crisis, and the land the airport is on would be greatly useful for many thousands of homes. And my personal suggestion to the owners and investors in City Airport would be to look to other things to invest in to allow people to travel more easily, such as investing in using the capacity in the Channel Tunnel to a much greater effect, because the capacity in the Channel Tunnel at the moment is not used to its full effect. So they could invest a little bit more, lobby the government to make it easier for more international travel through the tunnel. Ultimately, people should not have to queue up here to basically beg for respite in their own homes, to ask for clean air and to provide a safe and comfortable place to bring on their families. They should not be here in hope that they don't have to fork out money in soundproofing or having the disruption of soundproofing their homes, especially in the cost of living crisis. They should not be here worrying about sending their children to schools in the flight path, worrying about the lung health of their children. In Newham, we need to meet the just transition plans But that can't be done if this airport expansion goes ahead, this flight increase. For those people who say, well, you live in London, it's noisy, or you live under the flight path, you should be expecting that. Why don't you just move somewhere else? Well, that's wrong-headed. In a housing crisis, many people don't have the choice of where they live. We can't necessarily afford to move to other places, especially when the changes are being imposed upon us. Our Green leader of the opposition on Newham Council, they were emailed to by an invitation from City Airport to go to have a look around the airport, to meet with the City Airport management. But as a Green councillor, they declined that invitation because we won't accept any lobbying by Canadian pension funds or any other kind of company where it may lead to an increase in emissions. So, in a sensible world, we should be discussing plans to close this airport and to build thousands of new homes in a brand new community with community facilities and amenities on this large site in what is effectively inner London, and in a residential area and an ever increasingly residential area. And the Green Party would support that change. This airport is a blight on residents and it's an inexcusable misuse of land in a housing crisis, especially where we're so close to central London with amazing transport links. There's so much potential for this area, and it is being held back by Luton Airport, which is causing misery for residents and is used by relatively few people. Thank you very much.
Right, okay, thank you very much. I didn't have any more names to speak today, so is there anyone else? No, okay. Well, sorry. Oh, no. Do you want to come up and sit at the table so we can all hear?
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm a local resident and I don't...
Let's just take your name just for the record.
Colleen Rainey.
Let's just say that again.
Colleen, one L. Rainey, R-A-Y-N-E-Y. So I like to take walks along the river. However, when planes are going off or they're waiting to go off, when they're taxiing, a lot of pollution is emitted, which causes my asthma to get worse. So, which means that I cannot walk along the river as I please. And the noise, I have my bedroom window open 24/7. But the noise in the morning, during the day, and in the evening is just so unbearable that I find it hard to sleep. I'm so tired in the morning, I'm tired all day, and it's really exacerbated my health. So on that point, I don't think that the extension should go ahead. And also we have schools, as the gentleman has said, we have lots of schools around there, and the planes going off every so often, it's obviously not good for when the kids are outside playing or when they're having their lunch breaks and things like that. So yeah, and the smell, you can actually smell it from where I live.
Thank you very much, thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. That's been a useful session this afternoon, so I do appreciate you all taking time out your day to come and speak to us. It does help, so thank you very much. That's it for us today. So I do thank everyone for their patience this morning and the delayed start. It wasn't a usual start to an inquiry, but we got there in the end. We're going to have to go off and just have a think about the rest of the programme. Have a talk with the barrister, the advocates, in terms of what we do in terms of the rest of the week. In terms of any interested parties wanting to follow the proceedings, we'll try and keep you updated on the website as soon as we're able. to. We won't be sitting and hearing any more evidence this week, though. That is one certainty. So it will be next week at the earliest that we start hearing in terms of the need, socioeconomics, etc. Topic. We will be discussing conditions this week, maybe tomorrow, but again, we'll have to just figure that one out between us. And obviously, we're a public inquiry, so if anyone wants to come and sit in the audience, you are welcome to do so as well. But if are there any other procedural comments here while we're in the room before I adjourn the day?
Adam, did you want to have a discussion about the timetable? I mean, obviously everyone can sit in and attend that, but it wouldn't be the most exciting session.
We can have it in this room, and yeah, if anyone wants to stay and listen to the timetable and discussion, then you're more than welcome. We'll have a short break, and those that want to leave.
It just seems like you adjourned for a few minutes, and then we have a timetable session.
So if we pause and come back at 1:30, I don't envisage anything happening beyond 5 o'clock anyway. But yeah, if we have a short break, and we'll figure out how we proceed with the rest of the inquiry. Okay, all right. So thank you very much, everyone else who might be leaving us. But I'll adjourn till 1:30. Thank you. Okay. So, I outlined a rough plan for the rest of the week earlier, so I'm interested in taking thoughts on that. So, Mr. Humphreys.
Madam, I've got one thought on that. I think you had conditions in section I6 discussion tomorrow, which is obviously a lot earlier in the programme than everyone was expected, but I understand some of the civil compliance stuff is still going on, and it would be helpful if you had all of that, and also because the very latest version of the conditions and that sort of track change comparison document is very recent. In fact, I think it's only just that it has one up on the website for people to look at it. We wondered if that section might be better on Thursday,
right?
Which would mean you do the unaccompanied site visit tomorrow. Now, I don't know whether that's convenient to you, but it is an unaccompanied site visit, it's not on airport. So that's the principal comment we had this week. And as I say, I think there's some benefits just in terms of the discussion on the conditions. And I think you said that you had a few comments on the conditions and questions and things. And I know very often inspectors circulate those, and again, just give everyone a little bit more time to take those on board and be able to respond.
Yeah, thank you.
The council would tend to agree with Mr. Humphreys. Like this bit from my that's the train strike tomorrow in London.
Right.
So it might well be better to do the site visit, which is the airline and tube there.
Okay, so the site visit will be completed by the red stop. I forget because it's different rail companies at different times, isn't it? So it's okay. Yeah, we did have two interested parties wanting to speak tomorrow. I wonder if we could maybe contact them and see if we can do another time given what's happened. I mean, if they could do the Thursday instead, we could do the site visit tomorrow. Miss Lane. Sorry, is it Miss or Mrs.?
Oh, Mrs. Fine. Thank you. Madam. You just say on the site visit, on the unaccompanied site visit, the reason we initially suggested Thursday for that was just about the wind direction, because during this week, Thursday is the only day that's forecast at the moment to have easterly winds, which will affect which flight path the airport is using. So we would have just a strong preference in order for you to be able to actually hear the sound of the aircraft passing overhead on the day when that easterly flight path is in use. Thursday would be the day this week that would be best done.
I mean, yeah, I think we're probably not going to get everything to sort of the stars to converge so everything's all perfect. I think if we do the site visit tomorrow, but we'll do another visit when the winds are in our favour. So we can do, you know, so we've heard all that as well. I think that's probably the best thing. If that's after the inquiry's finished or at the time, we'll just try and accommodate that way. Yeah, so I think, okay, subject to being able to reschedule the interested parties. If we can, we'll do the site visit tomorrow. Reconvene here on Thursday at 10 o'clock. Hopefully with some interested parties, if not, we'll try and fit them in at another point and we'll do conditions and obligations. It's a round table session, so it's obviously led by ourselves. Because we've had to bring it so far forward, it's not going to be the normal sort of polished session that I would like. So it's going to be a little bit more sort of off the hoof last minute, unfortunately, for us, but we'll do our best. I will just caveat it in that obviously during examination things might change. So we may need to do another session, but I think it's probably quite likely we'll need another session. For example, there's a lot of noise conditions, they're bound to come up in examination as well, and whether there's any changes, additions, deletions, etc. from those. So we may need to squeeze another session in, but if we can get the broad principles established, I think that would be really helpful, and similarly with the 106. Again, because we're sort of on the back foot with it, we've not done nearly as much preparation on it as we would like. It would be helpful if someone could just do an introduction and talk us through it. So obviously you've all worked really hard on it thus far, so actually just giving us that introduction would be really, really helpful. And again, if we need to have another session on it afterwards, we can come up with any questions that we should have asked. We'll just have to reschedule a session for that. So does that sound reasonable to everyone? Yeah, the other thing is, could we have a paper copy of the conditions and the obligation as well?
Probably if we leave with today, if we're not.
Yeah, just so we can prepare tonight.
I have my copies only.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you. Okay. In terms of the site visit on Friday, so that, I think rather than having lots of people in attendance, unless Mr. McMahon really wants to join us, I think if we have us three going, Mrs. Vincent is an independent officer of the inquiry, and then a representative from the airport, but that's someone that's nothing to do with the inquiry.
Yes.
I'm content with that approach. No one has any comments on that.
So we'll just run an ops person or someone like that, just take you around wherever you want to go.
Yeah. So in terms of where we want to go, obviously we need to see areas of the airport affected by the proposals, and just to get a really general thorough understanding of it. So it'd be good to go, if possible, on the runway to each side, each end, just so we can have a look at conditions there, view from the airside, proximity to properties, etc. How the planes come in, take off. If we can hear things like the bird scarer, if possible. Taxiing vehicles, just movements, if we can, be around them as an aeroplane taking off, an aeroplane landing, preferably an old aeroplane and a newer sort of quieter generation aeroplane. We'll have to sort of see what the slots are and where we go with that, but just to give us a really good idea. If there's anything else other people want us to get from the airport visits as well, I'd be happy to hear.
There are some, obviously this is a section 73, I think, so physical developments all done, but there are some very minor things, as I alluded to, in always show you where those are, and there are some sort of temporary facilities and things, so we can, I'm sure, show you where those are. We'll try and come up with a sensible list of things.
Yeah. We'll if that can be circulated, we'll just input into that as well if we think there's anything else that we think of. Yes, I mean, we can chat about this on Thursday as well, actually, as we'll be here, so we can
Yes, absolutely.
I guess the other thing is, we don't know how Mr. Randall's going to be in recover. I know what the World Diaries are like. Making the assumption that he is able to be with us next week and we start the programme as it should be really, but just a week delay. We're going to have to find another week or a few days from somewhere. So I think if people could just have a look at diaries and we work out when that might be.
Yes. I mean, can we just explore the kind of various options there? And Mr. Hammond was sort of, coming up with some ideas. I've got certainly ideas. The council may have some ideas. All other things being equal, certainly we, and I imagine others, would prefer not to have to find another week, because everyone's diaries that could cause a very long delay. That would be extremely unfortunate, because it would be at some point during the evidence. Now, we wondered whether, or I wondered whether, for example, I know people haven't travelled, but is there any possibility of using any time on the way afternoon? Possibly not, but is there, could we do part of forecasting and part of noise next week and bump the last noise witness over to the week after? We have a little bit more time in the third week because we'd have taken out most of the conditions, and if we took out closings, we did those in writing or virtually, that would release a little bit more time that week. Having said that, I appreciate, that we don't want to make the programme too congested for, perfectly proper reasons, but I have no idea what other parties think about that type of thing. But could we try and make progress? Could we try and make progress in the third week and sit a little bit on one day? But again, I know that for those that travel a long way, that just may not be possible.
Just very, very quickly on that point in terms of next week, Dr. Chapman, who's our economics and forecasting witness, while he's available on Thursday and Friday next week, he's not available on Tuesday or Wednesday next week because he was anticipating giving his evidence this week. I believe that Newham's noise expert possibly also has some issues with January, but I would defer to the council on that.
Reduce schedule availability, and Chris Smith is available next week for condensed time period. I think Mr. Gordon Taylor has problems in January. Right.
I wonder, that's very helpful, and thank you. Would that allow us, for example, and it's not ideal, but let's try and just throw out ideas, would that allow us to start with noise next week? All witnesses should be there because they were programmed for next week, possibly sometime on Monday, and then continue with Drs. Smith and Dr. Chapman. If Ms. Condon needs to get bumped to January, she is available that week. Now, that is not ideal, but if we're trying to throw out ideas, that might be an idea.
Council have any?
Sounds reasonable. Certainly the noise evidence next week as planned, we have no problem with. Monday afternoon might be a problem because again, I don't think the witnesses are anticipating being available on Monday afternoon. I would need to check that. And then in terms of the forecasting, there might be an issue if the council's need of forecasting evidence was to be heard on the Tuesday, the 12th, 3rd, and Wednesday, the 13th of December, or during a time when Dr. Chapman is not available, because he will need to hear the council's evidence in order to be able to give vote. But provided that that would be worked around, it's not a legal suggestion.
I mean, Okay, I think, just thinking aloud here, so, we could potentially do Monday afternoon sitting, but I'm not, explore that with your witnesses and yourselves. If that's not an option for anyone else, for any other reason, that's absolutely fine. We're able to do that. It does seem sensible, given witness availability, to have noise next week. I don't know whether we'll then have any room in the programme for any forecasting socioeconomics. I'm not sure. We'll have to sit down with Vincent and have a look. Yeah, I mean, obviously all this relies on everyone sticking to their timings more than ever. So I will be reminding you of that. I think we'll potentially have a look at that. But there is a concern because then we break for Christmas and we have quite a long gap then until January. We'll have to see how that pans out and how people feel about that. Yeah, I think if you could advise over the next 24 hours your witness availability and your own availability, and then we'll get our heads together and see if we can come up with something that's sensible, given that. And if you could just advise, Monday afternoon sitting it if possible, but if not, that's okay. Yeah, the other thing is venue. We have the venue Monday, so everyone will be saying this as well. If you can explore that as well, because that might answer the question. One extra, yeah. I think we'll just have to work together and try and do the best we can. Please just keep an open dialogue with us, and if anyone has any hint of any concerns, let us know as well. So we can try and work around that. Is there anything else while we're here? I feel very rude to go back to stuff. So, okay. Well, thank you for all your efforts today. It's really been appreciated that we're pulled together so well as I have. So thank you for that. So we shall reconvene and I shall adjourn the inquiry until 10 o'clock on Thursday. And for any locals, you may see myself and Inspector Ayres around doing on-site visits. Please don't approach us or come and talk to us. We can't discuss anything of the case. Smile and say hello, but we can't do any more than that.
Just on the Friday visit, I'm not sure if we have got your details and your marshal's details.
They're all with the programme officer, so hopefully.
They're all with the programme officer, okay.
Yeah, we can get them to you as soon as we can.
And I'm in contact with the airport to arrange sort of the visa service.
Okay, if there's not anything else to raise, then we should finish for the day. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening. Thank you.